This happened to me over 2 decades ago, during my first year in radio at Clear Channel, Shreveport in Louisiana. I was in my early 20s working part-time as a board operator and promotions assistant for several stations in our building, as well as doing overnights on the weekends as a disc jockey for the radio station, Rock 99, which is also known as 99X KTUX FM. One of the annual events that our cluster of stations would participate in was the Fortilla at Cross Lake. In the early summer of 2002, our rock station had an on-air sponsorship deal with a local boat dealership, which allowed us to borrow 2 of their boats, a party barge and a motor-powered bass boat, which would be used during this event. It was a near-perfect Saturday to be on the water. The sun was out, and it was also fairly windy. The boats were floating and zooming all over Cross Lake that day. This, combined with the wind, led to there being more wave activity on the lake than usual. Around a half a dozen of us were on the party barge, with at least 2 others riding around on the bass boat. One of the DJ's wives in attendance was wearing a brown straw hat to protect herself from the sun. While the party barge was in the middle of the lake, a gust of wind caught her hat and tossed it into the water. We stopped the barge and attempted to retrieve the hat, but it was too far away for any of us to reach. In the spur of the moment, I made a decision that would nearly result in me becoming a permanent resident of Cross Lake. Without giving it a second thought, I took off my shirt, removed my shoes, and dove into the water without wearing a life jacket. Swimming to the hat was the easy part, but my sense of accomplishment would soon be replaced by absolute fear and helplessness. The barge was only a few feet away from me, and on a calm day, I could have easily swam back to it. But the waves from all the boats on Cross Lake, as well as the wind, prevented me from returning to the barge, no matter how hard I tried. I quickly gave up on retrieving the hat, because now I was fighting just to stay alive. It's a very unique kind of terror when you find yourself thrashing around the open water, knowing that if you stop, you'll die. Everyone on the party barge thought I was messing around at first and were having a good laugh, but it soon became apparent that the waves kept knocking me back despite my best efforts to reach the barge. Our program director, who would eventually become one of my best friends, tried throwing a life preserver toward me, but the wind caught it and it landed out of my reach. The small glimmer of hope I had was snatched away from me. They tried moving the barge closer to me, but it wasn't designed to be maneuvered in that way. Plus, whoever was driving it at the time wasn't exactly an expert. Once it became apparent that I couldn't swim back, I focused all of my remaining energy into kicking in the hopes of keeping my head above water. Fortunately, we did have cell phones back then, and my program director was able to get in touch with the other boat. The only problem was they were on the other side of the lake, which meant I had to stay above water long enough for them to arrive. And at this point, I was running out of time. Those few minutes of kicking just to keep myself from drowning felt like hours, and for the first time, I was truly afraid of dying. I know this sounds crazy, but I could almost feel death's cold embrace. When you're a teenager or a young adult like I was at the time, you feel like your whole life is ahead of you. Chapters of your life yet to be written, never considering the whole book could be slammed shut before the story is even finished. Over a straw hat of all things. The bass boat finally arrived before I lost all the strength in my body. The driver of the boat was another DJ who managed to pull me out of the water. Laying on the floor of that boat, with the sun on my face, was an amazing feeling. I was wet, tired, and my entire body was sore. I had barely survived this ordeal and was now a much wiser man. Nothing makes you feel more grateful to be alive than a near-death experience. Anytime I ever go back into the water, whether it's a lake, river, or the ocean, I always wear a life jacket. On a final note, fate certainly does have a thing for irony. The husband of the woman whose hat I was trying to save was the one who ended up saving me from literally sleeping with the fishes. This is one of the creepiest, unexplained experiences that has ever happened to me. Thinking back on it now, I still get this unnerving feeling that lingers. Anyways, here we go. A group of friends and I, all in our mid-20s, rented out this place on the lake for a fun-filled weekend of drinking and partying. From Friday night to Saturday morning, we pretty much went all out, having a blast on the lake. By the time Saturday afternoon came around, we were all so hungover from the night before, we decided that on this night, there would be no drinking. Maybe a bit of smoking, but that's it. We would just have a chill night and relax. 9 p.m. rolls around. Some of us were inside the lake house, and there was about 5 of us outside. The second floor of the lake house had a deck that overlooked the surrounding forest. You couldn't see the lake from there, but it was within walking distance. I'll mention that we had already had some weird vibes from the locals when we first arrived in town. Mostly just backcountry folk, who I assumed were a bit irritated because a bunch of out-of-towners were coming there looking for a good time. But between the town and the lake was such a large area that realistically, it wouldn't be close enough to anyone to be a bother. Anyways, 3 of the group were on the upstairs deck, my brother being one of them, while I was talking to a friend on a small wooden table just outside the forest. It was a very peaceful night, when suddenly, an unnerving feeling overcame us. It was so distracting that my friend and I stopped talking and just stared into the dark forest. Soon we heard a loud, eerie chanting. I have no idea how far away it was, but it sounded like the chanting was being carried through the forest. All the voices were male. They were loud and perfectly in sync. We were both frozen for at least 20 seconds before I could no longer contain myself and got up and darted toward the house, with my friend following me. I don't know how to explain the feeling that came with the chanting, but it felt almost evil. I was shaking by the time we got up to the second-story deck and joined the others. By the time we got there, the chanting had ceased. "Did you guys hear that?" Before anyone could even respond, the chanting began again. The 5 of us were now peering into the forest, listening to this bizarre chanting. It would sometimes sound very far away, and then relatively close. We couldn't make out what they were saying. It may have been in another language. A loud bang rang out, like someone had hit a huge metal object. What followed that was the scariest part. A man began wailing in extreme pain. All of my hair was now standing up. It was the most vomit-inducing thing I've heard. My brother and I were now staring at each other in a mixture of astonishment and disgust. The wailing stopped, and the chanting began again. After the chanting died down, one of our friends said that it was a bunch of drunk guys in the forest trying to scare us. But there was no way that chanting was coming from a bunch of drunk guys. All the voices were perfectly in sync, and that wail sounded like someone was being tortured. Plus there was all that tension we felt. Something extremely messed up was taking place somewhere in that forest. It definitely wasn't in our immediate proximity, but close enough to where we could hear it perfectly. I remember that one of our group suggesting that we go explore and find out what was going on, but obviously, the rest of us thought that was a very stupid idea. I regret to say that we didn't call the cops. Looking back, I wish we would have, but the forest around that lake was so massive, it could have been from anywhere. I was very relieved to say the least when we were driving out of there the next morning. Thinking back to that night, it still gives me the worst kind of feeling. Whatever was going on, it just felt so wrong and evil. So this story is going to be pretty deep, and it will sound unbelievable, but I will provide some articles to corroborate everything. It all began in the summer of 2021. I was working as a lifeguard at a small beach called Adams Point Beach, located off Quincy Lake, New York. I didn't really enjoy my job a whole lot, to be honest. It was just a way of making ends meet. But I did make friends with some of the other lifeguards, so I guess that was a plus. To make matters even more difficult, I lived in a house off the lake with my parents, who would fight with each other almost every night. It was a very toxic environment to be in, and at one point I was working 2 jobs just to stay away from that place. A year after being hired, my boss had demoted me to a sub-lifeguard. He gave me some bullshit reason for doing this, but it pissed me off because I could no longer work with my friends. Fast forward to August of 2022. I was called in to cover for another lifeguard who had to call out. Usually there were 3 lifeguards working this shift, but on that day, there was a staff shortage. The shift began as normal. I would spend 30 minutes in the lifeguard chair before being swapped out. About 10 minutes later, while I was on my phone in a rec room, I heard a bunch of commotion coming from outside. There was screaming. I didn't know what was going on, so I rushed outside. What I saw is something I'll never be able to unsee. The lifeguard, along with 4 other people, had a woman on a rescue board. One of her legs was horribly wounded. I mean, it was nearly gone. I almost vomited at the sight. But I had to help out the other lifeguard. It was my job. I helped carry the board, but I had to keep my head turned, as it was too brutal to look at directly. I helped place the board on a table next to a shed. Thankfully, the police had already been called and arrived shortly after. The woman ended up being airlifted to the hospital by helicopter. During the aftermath, I asked one of the beachgoers what happened, and he said, "There was someone in a speedboat that wasn't looking where he was driving. People told him to slow down, but he didn't listen. After he ran over that poor woman, he stopped his boat, and then he just took off again." I could not believe what I was hearing. I then asked the man to describe what the boat looked like, because I pretty much know who comes out to this lake and who lives around here. He said it was one of those blue jet boats. When he told me this, I felt as if my entire world was coming to an end. There was only one person that I knew who owned that kind of boat. My own father. Everything went blurry, and then it all went black. I woke up to 2 people beside me, asking me if I was alright. "Yeah, I'm fine. I've just never seen somebody's leg like that. Excuse me, I just need to go get a drink of water." My boss arrived a short time later and told everyone to go home because of what happened. I got in my car and made the 5-minute drive back to my place. When I got there, I saw my dad pacing back and forth nervously through the kitchen window. It did cross my mind to turn him in, but I was just so scatterbrained in the moment that I rushed inside the house and went into a full rampage on him. "You hit that poor woman on the lake and just ran away? You fucking coward." He couldn't even look at me as I yelled at him. My adrenaline was now going into hyperdrive. I just couldn't contain myself, so I shoved him and then started hitting him. After hitting him about 10 times, I had finally pushed him to his limits, and he hit me so hard I fell to the ground and my ears were ringing. "I don't care what I did. You do not put your hands on me. Ever. Now stay down." He then ran out of the house and took off somewhere. I sat there bawling my eyes out. As I alluded to at the beginning of this story, I didn't have the best relationship with my father, but this was a whole new low for him. We weren't close, but never in a million years would I have thought he would end up doing something like this. Now, I don't know all the details, but no criminal charges were ever filed against him. I'm not sure how he weaseled out of it, but there was never an arrest, a trial, or a media circus. If I had to guess, it was ruled an accident, and the woman and my father came to some kind of civil agreement. I remember my mom coming back from the hospital one day. She went to go check on that woman, and told me that she was alive and well, but that her damaged leg had to be amputated. I felt so relieved that she survived, but I was also devastated that my own father was responsible for this. We never saw him again after that night. He not only fled the scene of the accident, but he also abandoned his marriage as well. It goes without saying that there was a lot of other things that were going on that I'm not willing to get into, but the boating accident was the straw that broke the camel's back. I quit my job as a lifeguard shortly after this incident. It was causing me a lot of trauma. I even began having nightmares over it. It got so bad that I had to go see a psychologist at least 3 times a week. Each day I'm slowly getting better and better, and I still have a long way to go. I wish I could tell you the story ends here. However, what happened at the lake and my father leaving us aren't the only reasons I'm in therapy. Let's move the timeline to mid-July of this year. I am still living with my mom out on Quincy Lake. My dad has been gone for some time now, and we were moving on with our lives. I needed some time to myself that day, and I decided to go kayaking around 7 p.m. I paddled to a shallow area of the lake. I planned on stopping at the beach area for a while to give my arms a rest before heading back. While approaching the beachhead, I kept looking at the water just beneath my kayak. Something was off. It was getting dark out by this point. I had a mounted light on the kayak, but since I knew the way by heart, I didn't want to waste the battery on it just yet. My paddle then hit something in the water. At first, I thought it was a rock, which I thought was very strange, because I knew this area of the lake very well, and I wasn't anywhere near where the rocks usually were. So I pulled out my flashlight, turned it on, and looked. I shit you not, I saw the body of an old woman floating in the water. I let out the most ear-piercing shriek you've ever heard in your life. I quickly paddled out of there, reaching the shore a short time later. After pulling my kayak to shore, I ran to the grass area and threw up about 5 times. Luckily, I had my cell phone on me, so I immediately called 911. About 7 cop cars showed up 10 minutes later. The body was of a 71-year-old woman from New Lebanon. They estimated that she had been out there for about 4 hours before I discovered her. In the news reports that I've read, the articles state that a lifeguard discovered her body. I never spoke to a reporter after giving my statement to the police, but I assume they're referring to me. But I was no longer a lifeguard at that point. It's been a rough few years for me. I was hoping after the pandemic our family could turn things around, but between the boating accident, my father leaving, and the dead woman in the lake, I'd say things aren't going too well. My mother and I still live in the same house on Quincy Lake, but I'm hoping that someday the both of us can move on and leave all these horrible memories behind. I grew up in a small coal town in the Appalachian Mountains. It was a wonderful place for an outdoorsy kid like myself. We had no immediate neighbors and acres of forest to play in. Above our house was a ridge that ran along the border of a state park, but all the trails and public areas were far in the valley below, separated by a thick forest, and there was plenty of no trespassing signs, so it was rare to have hikers crossing into our land. From our house, there was a dirt road that wound up the mountainside to the top of the ridge, where there stood the remains of a burnt-down cabin. From there, you could follow that ridge to a flat area popular with the local hunters, my dad and a few of his friends. One of them posted a trail cam during the off-season to monitor the wildlife. We had coyotes, the occasional bear, mountain lions that the DEP still refused to acknowledge, bobcats, and a lot of deer. Continuing up that ridge, you would get to a clearing that had lots of flat boulders and a giant electrical tower that was fun to climb on. I would venture up there every so often with our family's black lab, Felicia, and spend hours reading, climbing, and generally enjoying the outdoors. One early fall day when I was around 13, I headed up there with a backpack full of snacks and a book. I had taken care to avoid the trail cam, as it was one of those old film ones, and I had gotten into trouble before for inadvertently filming the entire rolls of film goofing off around that area. I reached my favorite rock at the edge of the clearing, near the power lines, and had just settled down to read, when Felicia began barking and growling, rather aggressively. At first I paid it no mind, as she loved chasing deer, but this time she didn't bound off into the forest. Instead, she stayed next to me, growling at something unseen in the thick tangle of brush and trees. Now, I had considered hiking down that way before, as the park was in that direction, but it wasn't an easy passage. The area had been cleared years before to install the electrical tower. Once construction was complete, a thick mass of briars and weeds cropped up. The rocks that made for great climbing to the top of the ridge became difficult obstacles on the steep slopes below. Not to mention there was a much easier access closer to the park's entrance. This way brought you down to an undeveloped area at the very back of the campgrounds that wasn't easily accessible to cars or hikers. So I was taken off guard to see someone fighting his way through the brush from that direction. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" and gripped Felicia's collar. She had a tendency to jump on people when she got excited, and I didn't want her to cause him to tumble down the mountain. I overheard my parents arguing about lawsuits when she barreled into a jogger on the trail. The man looked up and smiled at me, and extracted himself from the thorns and made his way up the hill to the base of my rock. I don't know if it was Felicia's reaction to him, or the rather remote and impassable way he had come from, but his presence made me feel uneasy. He was probably in his mid to late 20s, average height and build, rather unremarkable looking. No backpack or supplies, but he was wearing hiker attire. I didn't like the way he looked at me, although at my young age I couldn't place why exactly it unsettled me. But now as a grown woman, I can look back and realize that he was sizing me up. From his smile, he seemed to be pleased at what he saw. "Hi there, where did you come from?" He had no trace of an accent, which struck me as odd. Our area has a pretty strong regional accent, and we don't get a lot of outsiders. "I live just down the hill. I was hiking with my dog." "Oh, she seems like a nice dog," he told me, with no trace of irony. Felicia was snarling at him, but he seemed unconcerned. "You should have a leash on her, though. Wouldn't want to get into trouble with the park." "We put a leash on her when we're down in the park. This part is our property." There was no reaction from him learning that he was essentially trespassing. "Still, you're so close. You don't know who might come this way. No one from the park comes here, I told him. I was being a bit rude, but I was annoyed at some stranger telling me what to do with my dog on my property. I'm from the park. I'm one of the rangers, and I wanted to see the property. What would you have done if she had attacked me? You could get into big trouble. A chill crawled up my spine. We had only one ranger, and he was a close friend of the family. This man was definitely not him. But I was afraid to let on that I knew he was lying. I dug out Felicia's leash and clipped her, then stood up, slinging my backpack on. Sorry, I'll let you get on with your hike. I have to go home now. Your parents know you're up here? Oh yeah, they expect me home soon. Do they come up here often? I improvised on a whim. My dad does. He comes up and checks on the trail cams. This was the first time I saw the stranger's smile falter. Trail cams? Yeah, there's lots of them up here. He and his friends like to go hunting. The smile returned, but it was cold this time. Well, these would make excellent hunting grounds. He took a step toward me, and Felicia lunged, nearly yanking the leash right out of my hands. I managed to haul her back in time to keep her from tearing this man's smile right off of his face, but he didn't so much as flinch. You should head back now. Keep a tight hold on that leash. Maybe I'll see you up here again sometime. Yeah, maybe, I said, secretly thinking to myself that I'd never step foot into the woods again. Well, bye now. I quickly dragged Felicia away, looking back over my shoulder every now and then. He remained motionless in the spot where I had left him, staring at me with that same fucking smile. Once he was out of sight, I picked up the pace. Felicia kept growling over her shoulder, and occasionally, I would hear branches snapping behind me. I saw no sign of anyone following. I cut straight across the clearing with the trail cam, not bothering to avoid it in my rush to get away from the stranger. Once we hit the road that led home, I unclipped Felicia from her leash and broke into a jog. She remained by my side until I got back home. I didn't mention the strange man to my parents at first. They were weary about me hiking alone, and I didn't want them to forbid it. Furthermore, by the time I had gotten back, I had convinced myself that I was overreacting about the whole thing. He was probably just some hiker, and made up a story about him being a ranger to fuck with me, since I was giving him an attitude. Still, I didn't hike back up to that ridge that week, and instead snuck into the woods below my house. At the end of the week, I came home from school to a pissed-off dad, demanding to know if I had messed with a trail cam. One of his friends had come up to collect the film and discovered that the cam had been switched off with only a few frames taken. At first, I was only concerned with getting into trouble and desperately proclaimed my innocence. I then remembered the stranger. After telling my dad about him, he called the park ranger to ask if they had somebody new on board that we didn't know about. The ranger said no, but after hearing my story, he told my dad the campground attendant had caught someone overnighting in an unauthorized area back in the campgrounds the previous weekend. He had assumed the guy was just trying to get out of paying for a camping fee. He was described as a younger man, average-looking, very friendly, and apologized for what he said was a mistake, and took off. Shortly afterward, we heard from my dad's friend about the trail cam. He had gotten the role developed, and even though there was only a few frames, the last one was of me and Felicia cutting across the clearing. I thank God that I had told the stranger that there were multiple cams. I imagine he gave up once he couldn't locate the other ones. My parents have since moved to a small neighborhood down in the valley, and I've since moved out of town. In my parents' backyard, on the riverbank, there's a mound covered by Easter lilies that marks Felicia's final resting place. The house I grew up in fell into a state of disrepair after we left and was eventually burned to the ground. No one lives on that property now, but the clearing at the top of the hill is still popular with hunters. Whenever I visit that area for the holidays, I still like to hike up to that ridge, but when I do, I make sure to wave at all the trail cams, and I always bring a dog with me.
This happened almost 20 years ago, when I was 18 years old. I still lived with my parents, even though I had just graduated from high school. I had just bought a new laptop, and after I was done getting it set up, I posted my old one on Craigslist. It was only 2 years old, but back then, that meant it was pretty outdated. It was a Dell PC with decent specs, and it was almost $2,000 brand new. I was asking only $500, because newer laptops at the time were a lot better. After listing it online, I didn't have to wait long for a response. A guy named Corey messaged me, interested in the laptop, but wanting to see it first. I wanted to set up a time to meet the following week, when I would be downtown. That way we could meet at a coffee shop or something. When I suggested that, Corey said that he needed it right away. For that reason, I agreed to let him come over to my house. I knew it would be smarter to meet in a public place, but our house was in the suburbs, and I didn't have a car. I know it was lazy and stupid, but I gave him my home address. My parents weren't home, but I figured it would be a quick sale and didn't think anything would go wrong. Corey showed up later that day. It was a Saturday at around 7 p.m. I saw an older van pull into the driveway and a man got out, but he wasn't alone. He had another guy with him. Both of them were at least 30 and much bigger than me. As soon as I saw them, I felt a little scared. Something about their presence felt off, but I brushed the feeling aside. After all, they were just there to look at a laptop. I let them in, and we set up in the kitchen. I began showing the laptop to Corey, and then his friend immediately asked me to use the bathroom. I pointed him in the right direction, which was just around the corner and down a short hallway. Then I focused on showing the laptop to Corey. About 10 minutes passed while we were looking at it. I had erased it beforehand, so it was basically running as new. Then I suddenly realized that the other man hadn't returned from the bathroom. "Hey, is your friend all right?" I asked Corey.
"Yeah, it can take a while sometimes. Don't worry,"
he reassured me. I listened as closely as I could and heard footsteps, but they weren't coming from the bathroom area. They were coming from upstairs. Since it was just the three of us in the house, I knew it was him. The bathroom is on the main floor, so there was no reason for him to be up there. That was when I started to panic internally, but I tried to hide it. I casually asked Corey about his friend again, hoping my nervousness wasn't showing. His response was cold and intimidating. He placed his hand on my shoulder, not in a friendly way, but with a lot of pressure. He told me not to worry about it. His grip tightened painfully, and in that moment, I knew this was more than just a sale gone wrong. We were being robbed. That was probably the plan from the beginning. Panic set in, but I tried to keep my composure. I told Corey to take whatever they wanted and just go, but he didn't let go. His grip on my shoulder felt hard. It was like a threat, and I started to shake. I knew I had to act fast. I managed to break away and ran to my dad's office on the main floor, locking the door behind me. I left my phone on the kitchen table, which was a stupid mistake. Luckily, though, there was a landline in the office where I was, so that saved me. My heart was pounding as I dialed 911, frantically explaining the situation to the dispatcher. The minutes waiting for the police to arrive were the longest of my life. I could hear the two men stomping around the house, probably stealing whatever they could find. They must have known the police were on their way, because they took off within minutes. I watched out the front window as they went back to the van on the driveway and sped away. When I was sure they were gone, I came out to see what was taken. The only things I noticed missing on the main floor were the small TV in the kitchen and the laptop that I was selling. However, I later found out that most of my mom's jewelry was taken, as well as at least $200 in cash. The cops showed up about 10 minutes after the robbers left. They stayed for a while, but then they left without making any promises. It was pretty unsatisfying. That was the last I ever heard from the police about what happened. I reached out to them several times, but they never got back to me. When my parents and sister got home, I had to explain what happened. They all thought I was joking at first, because I have a dark sense of humor, but when they found out it was real, they were mad too. I would estimate the losses at around $3,000, which was a huge amount of money for me at the time. Since it was all my fault, I had to pay it back. That was basically my whole summer of work down the drain. It was the last time I met a strange person off the internet. If I were ever to do it again, there'd be no way I would let them come to my place. It's public or no deal, without any exceptions. About 10 years ago, I had a really creepy experience. I own my house, which is a duplex, and I live on one side while renting out the other. It's an old house that looks rough on the outside. The interior is nicely updated though. There are 3 bedrooms in each house, and only a single bathroom, which is at the top of the stairs. That's the same for my place, and for the rental. My tenants at the time were a young family, parents and 3 kids. They were great tenants, never late on rent and always friendly. But as their family grew, so did their need for space. It was a tight fit for a family of 5, especially as the kids were getting older. From what I heard, they found a bigger house, but it was pretty far away in a new development, about 2 hours away. They had lived there for almost 5 years, so I was sad to see them go, but it was definitely for the best. When they moved out, they left a few things behind, an old kitchen table and a bunch of kids' toys. Before they went, the mother asked me if it was okay for them to leave those things there. They didn't have time to deal with them, so I was happy to let them leave it. Either I would sell them, or leave them for the next renters. Once they were gone, I went in to clean, paint, and do some minor repairs. In the middle of the room, there was an old kitchen table and a small pile of toys, presumably that the kids had grown out of. I realized right away that it wouldn't make much sense to leave them in the unit, so I put them on Craigslist that evening when I was done with my work. The table went quickly, but the toys didn't get as much interest. It took weeks before I got a message. A guy was interested, and we set up a time for him to come by and pick them up. I asked him to come on a Saturday afternoon, because I was going to be around all day. In the morning, I was in the rental finishing up some repairs, mostly just patching up some dings in the walls. By lunchtime, I was in my side of the duplex. That was when I heard a car pull up. Peeking out the window, I saw a beat-up old truck that looked like it was from the early 90s. It was loud, and I could see a faint cloud of smoke surrounding it. The guy who stepped out was a normal-looking middle-aged guy, average height, wearing a baseball hat and sunglasses. As he walked up to the house, I thought there was something off about him. He moved slowly, but other than that, I can't put my finger on why I was alarmed by him. When he finally came to the door, I had already walked up to it and went out. I went over and said hi.
Hi, I'm here for the toys.
He said. Sure, they're just inside, I replied, leading him into the rental where the toys were piled up. I motioned for him to come into the next room, but he didn't follow. Instead, he lingered in the doorway, eyes scanning the room.
Where are the kids?
He asked abruptly. They moved out, I told him. That's why we're selling the toys. His face then changed. It wasn't exactly disappointment, but more like annoyance.
I just wanted to say hi,
he muttered. I didn't say anything to that, just shot him an awkward smile, and tried to lead him into the room where the toys were. Again, he didn't come with me. He just stood in the doorway, pouting like a child. His interest in the kids was creepy, but I thought I could be being too paranoid. Do you still want the toys? I asked, hoping he would just take them and leave. I was only asking $20 for the lot, but I really just wanted them gone. Still standing in the doorway, his eyes were fixated on the floor when I looked back at him. But then he looked up and said no. Then he walked out without another word. At that moment, he still hadn't even seen the toys. It was very sudden the way he took off. The man didn't even pretend to be interested in the toys. I don't know if he was going to kidnap the kids or something. It's hard to see how he was planning that, since he knew there would be an adult there. Maybe he was coming to scope them out and make a move another time. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. After he left, I locked the door and stood there, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I wondered if I should call the cops, but what would I say? A guy came to pick up some toys and asked a weird question. My brother-in-law is a police officer, so I called him to ask for advice. He told me that although the story was creepy, there wasn't anything that could be done. The reality is that no laws were broken. Still, I think that guy needed to be watched, and I worry about what he might get up to. This happened during the summer before my last year of college. I had decided to transfer to a school outside my hometown because I was ready for a change. Also, my new city was a better place to find a job, so I decided it would be better to go out there for my last year. Since I didn't know anybody out there, I needed to find a place before moving. My summer job went until the second last week of August, so it was tough to do that. In the evenings, I was searching online to find a place. I was getting desperate as time went on, so I was sending out a lot of messages, even for places where I didn't really want to live. I found a posting for a room that seemed pretty good though. Affordable, well located, and just the right size. The pictures were decent too. Nothing fancy, but clean and bright. It was a room in a house with roommates, all of whom were students at my school. I was excited about that, because I didn't have any friends in town. The landlord and I sent a few emails back and forth, then we talked on the phone. He said it was okay if we never met in person, but he wanted first and last month's rent before he would give me the place. I was nervous about that, but it seemed like there was no other choice. I wired the money as he asked. Then he sent me a lease to sign. It all looked legit. Once I signed it and sent it back, I was relieved that I finally had somewhere to live. My summer job ended just 2 weeks later, so I headed to my new home. The drive to my new city was long, about 8 hours. My car was filled up with everything I owned. When I finally pulled up to the address, the house before me looked just like I was expecting. It was old, but looked well maintained, for a student house anyway. I parked my car on the street, then grabbed my backpack from the passenger seat. I was expecting the landlord to be waiting for me, because I needed to get the keys. We talked mere hours before, so he knew when I was going to be there. I walked up to the house and rang the doorbell. After a minute, someone answered, looking at me in a confused way. The person who answered looked like a student around my age, one of my new roommates, I thought. I explained that I was there for the room, and asked if the landlord was there. The person then told me that I must have the wrong address, because there were no empty rooms in that house. I apologized and walked back to my car. Then I pulled out my phone to make sure the address was right. Everything matched up, so I didn't know what was going on. I tried calling the landlord, but he didn't answer. That's when it hit me. The guy I'd been talking to didn't own the house. He was a scammer who'd taken my money and left me stranded. I was out a lot of cash, with nowhere to stay, in a city where I knew no one. I felt foolish, angry, and utterly alone. I spent the next few hours at a local coffee shop, using their Wi-Fi to search for accommodation and to report the scam. I couldn't find anywhere to stay that wasn't way too expensive, so I spent the night in my car. Luckily, it was summer. The next day, I had a choice to make. I could either stay there and keep looking for a place, or I could drive home. Since school began in just over a week, the choice was simple. I needed to stay. Later that day, I reported the scam to the police and to Craigslist. I didn't have much hope of getting my money back, but when I talked to the police, they seemed to think that they could trace the money transfers that I used. They seemed to think the scammer might have been dumb enough not to consider it. That did little for me at the moment though, because my already tight budget was even worse. I spent the next 2 nights in my car until a place finally came up. It was a room in a large basement apartment with 6 roommates, several of them sharing rooms. It was a real dungeon-looking kind of place, but it was better than my car. The rent was cheap, but it was definitely the worst place I've ever lived. In the end, I did get my money back, and the fake landlord was caught. As the officer told me, they were able to trace the money transfer to a throwaway email address that was linked to the guy's real address. It was simple enough for the cybercrimes unit. I don't think he did any prison time, but he got some probation and a fine. That's good enough, I guess. I was just glad to get my money back. I went to college from 2006 until 2010, and this happened in the summer between my first and second year. I had spent the first 3 months of the break working for my dad, but our contract ended at the beginning of August. With no more work, I decided to move to the city where I was going to school and spend the last month of my break there. My friends and I had a house that we were already paying rent for, so that's where I was going to go. I had 2 roommates, and neither of them were in town yet, so I was basically alone almost every day. Most of my time was spent binge-watching the TV show Lost on my laptop. That got old after a while, so I started looking for work. Since it was only about a month before school started, I couldn't really find a full-time job. Instead, I was after random odd jobs on Craigslist and our school's message board. I had done a few days of work here and there. One guy hired me for the day to clean up some construction mess, mostly just sweeping up after the contractors left. Another time, I spent a day helping somebody who trims old trees, just random stuff like that. I was at home one day, scrolling through Craigslist, when I saw another posting. Someone needed help moving. It seemed pretty straightforward, so I shot them a message. The reply came quickly, and we arranged to meet the following day. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another day of work, hopefully. He picked me up in a large white van. We exchanged hellos and brief pleasantries. He told me his name was Jim, and then we went off. As we drove, he didn't say much. Just the occasional nod and grunt in response to my attempts at small talk. Not a big deal or anything, but it was uncomfortable. He seemed awkward, but that was fine. We were on the highway for at least half an hour, and I didn't know the neighborhood we were in. It looked nice though, new at least. We pulled up to a house in a neighborhood that looked like all the others. It was a real cookie-cutter neighborhood, where each house was one of 2 or 3 different designs. It was obvious that it was new, because some of the houses were still under construction. I got the impression that most of them weren't occupied yet, because few of the houses had any cars parked in the driveway, and I didn't see many other cars or people walking. The one we pulled up to was a 2-story gray brick house with a 2-car garage. There were no lights on that I could see, and the curtains were all closed. He parked in the driveway, and we both got out. I headed to the front door, expecting him to follow and ring the doorbell. But he didn't. Instead, Jim told me to wait and disappeared around the back. I remember thinking it was odd, but waited anyway. Maybe he was checking if the back door was unlocked or something. Finally, he reappeared and opened the front door from inside, motioning for me to come in. The house was nice, but something was off. There were no boxes, no packing tape, none of the usual moving chaos. It looked like a really nice, almost perfect house. It was spotless, and it had the feel of a model home. We started with the TV, a big bulky thing that took both of us to carry, then some furniture. We carried them out to the van, and before I knew it, we were full. There was a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach the whole time, though. I knew something wasn't right. Since it was such a new area, why would anybody be moving out? Stuff happens, but that was definitely strange. Also, for how much stuff there was, it would probably take us another 10 van loads at least. When we were heading back to the van, I was really suspicious of Jim. Come to think of it, I had no proof that he was even working for the people who owned the house. I didn't know how he got in through the back, but if he had a key, then why not use it on the front door? I wanted to get out of there and call the cops, because I was almost sure that this was a robbery. I pulled out my flip phone and pretended to read a text message. Then I turned to Jim and said something important came up, but he was on to me. I made a break for it, bolting down the street. I could hear him shouting behind me. I looked back and saw him get into the van as I was running down the street. I sprinted faster, and the sound of the van was close behind. I went through some yards, hopping over fences, anything to put distance between me and that van. I lost him after a couple blocks, then ducked behind a shed and waited until the sound of the van faded. Once I felt safe, I called the cops from my Motorola Razr flip phone. They confirmed the worst. The house's owners hadn't moved in yet. Their stuff was set up by the moving company and an interior decorator, but they weren't even in the country. I'd unknowingly helped in a robbery. At that moment, I thought I could get in trouble for what I did. I asked the police over the phone if I was in trouble, but they assured me that since I didn't know, I would be fine, especially since I called in to report it. After interviewing with the cops, I told them everything I knew. I didn't have the license plate for the van, but with the information I gave them, they were able to track down several sources of security footage. With that, they caught both the van's license plate and several images of myself with Jim. Jim was obviously not his real name, but he was caught later that day. He was arrested, and the stuff was brought back to the house. We also found out that this was not his first visit to that place. He had been robbing that house every day for almost a week. The neighbors didn't notice, because everyone was new. I guess he made off with some smaller things, then he got greedy and needed help. That's where I came in. Jim could have quit while he was ahead, but he wanted more, and he got caught because of that.
Me and my best friend at the time, we came from some pretty abusive home lives. As such, we often sought refuge in the woods near our neighborhood. We did this because, during the day, we would be free of our abusers and adults brushed this off as kids being kids. But on a particularly bad night, my drunk father invited his motorcycle gang over, who were all terrible drunks themselves. They kept coming into my room trying to find me, but I hid away in my hamper, buried under my dirty clothes until they seemed to have given up or gotten too drunk to care. And quietly, after about an hour, I came out of the hamper and snuck out of my back window. We lived in a slab ranch-style house, and my back window went into our backyard, which was unlit and sealed with the exception of a small gate that was blocked by their bikes. I snuck over to the back fence, picked a corner, and climbed over it, tossing myself to the other side. The neighbor behind us watched me cut through his backyard, as he had many times, and let me be. We lived in a village, so everybody sort of knew about my dad, but would never do anything about it. Anyway, I ran to my best friend's house, a mere 2 blocks away, but when I arrived and tapped on her window, her own abusive parents were asleep. Since I couldn't come in and she didn't want me to be outside alone, she climbed out of her window, and the 2 of us walked to the woods. We settled next to a water reservoir meant to store rainwater in case of flooding, and we sat on the hill far from the road's view. She pulled out some snacks that she had brought with her, and we began conversing as 2 teenagers do about this and that. It was about 20 minutes later or so that we heard shuffling from inside of the reservoir. At first, we thought maybe a deer had jumped the chain link fence. Rare, but possible. So we just sort of tried to ignore it. But then it got louder. It was also unusual movement, like a dragging almost, or a scraping sound against the brush. Though these woods were usually empty, especially near the reservoir where we were, save for typical animals, we became concerned that maybe there was another human around out to spook us, or worse. We slowly gathered up our snacks and we moved on from sitting to a sort of crouched position. Once we stood up, we could see, though, what looked like a woman laying against the side of the reservoir's wall, which had a steep incline made of brush and thin twiggy sort of trees. My friend and I became a little bit concerned at that. The state of her clothes, a light-colored dress, had tears and dirt everywhere. She herself looked absolutely soaked, despite it not having rained in months, which is typical for mid-November in my state. Are you okay? My friend asked in her direction. Do you need help? I asked after a little bit of silence. Nothing. The woman didn't move, didn't say anything, and for a moment, we didn't know what to do. It honestly looked like she needed help. So we didn't want to just leave, but, who would we go to? Would she be here if we found help and came back anyway? My best friend and I began to whisper possible options to each other when the shuffling crawl resumed. We turned and looked at the woman's direction, but she wasn't crawling anymore. Instead, she was now sprinting towards us. She was going fast enough that the long disheveled hair that had been obscuring her face moved behind her, and her dark, swollen face was now visible. She had blue lips, white milky eyes, and began to screech all of a sudden. My best friend and I absolutely booked it. We ran as fast as we could to the streetlights and their orange glow, and we could hear her until we crossed the street and then just silence. We turned back and looked at the fencing, huffing and puffing, looking for any signs of her. We saw nothing though, and began to talk about how it was probably a senior teen messing with us or something. But then we saw her again, standing inside the fence, just staring at us. The orange glow of the lights hit her, making her features seem soft, if not still unsettling. I took a step in her direction, believing now that she was probably just some sort of crazy homeless woman. She was behind the fence, and the time that it would take her to climb it made me confident. I spoke to her. I told her that she was a creep for scaring us like that, and that it wasn't our fault that she was homeless. I did the front-end motion with my shoulders, if you know, you know, and shouted for her to not be so reckless and mean. This must have made her angry too, as a part of me knew that it probably would have, but she started to rush the fence again. It was a tall fence, so I knew that we could duck through some yards to safety before she hit the ground on the other side. I watched her though, daring her, but she got to the fence and didn't climb it. Instead, she moved through the chain link fence as if it wasn't even there. At that, my best friend grabbed me and we started booking it back towards her house as fast as our legs would carry us. We heard one shout from the woman, a blood-curdling scream, but it sounded like it was fading in the distance, and soon she was gone. We never went back to the reservoir spot after that, and we only ever returned to the woods during the day. After that, the paths and the trails, they just no longer felt safe, and everything had a weird stillness or quiet about it. But we no longer heard birds or bugs, and it never felt safe there again. We were 16 at the time that this happened, and I've long since moved from that village. I went off to college, in fact, living in a suburb and then to a large city, and I'm actually packing up to move out of state entirely. The house that I'm leaving is near a lake, and packing up my life has meant keeping some odd hours. And for the first time in, well, years, I found myself up at night and moving boxes into the garage. I stopped and I took a look at the lake on my way back to the house, but I froze because I could have sworn that I saw that same woman crawling on her belly, dragging herself up the side of the lake through the mud that sat on the edge. In an instant, she was gone, and I don't know what I saw, but it was creepy enough that I rushed back into the house instantly. I'm not sure what this means, but my aunt is coming to sage the house and our things after this. She's also insisting on doing it for our new place before we move anything in, and to be honest, I think I'm going to let her. I wanted to tell my best friend about all of this, but unfortunately she passed away a few years ago, and, well, that's another story entirely. This happened in the late summer of 2014, but I remember it clearly, even 10 years later. In the fall of the previous year, I moved into an apartment with my boyfriend at the time. I was freshly 18 and he was 22. He was a socially inept groomer, but let's call him Mike. Mike was always emotionally distant and strange. We had many shared interests, but he refused to let me have friends, make new friends, or just go out and enjoy life in the city. I'd invite him to concerts for bands that he liked, and he'd decline. I'd offer to introduce him to my friends. He'd decline. I'd go out to a show with my friends or go hang out with my friends, and he'd send me a Word document, a deranged poetic slide describing every single fault of mine that he could discern. One time I smoked a little bit of pot, and he compared me to Medea killing her children. When I say poetic, I mean poetic too. And when I say deranged, I mean deranged. Naturally, we broke up too. A friend of mine found him on a dating website, and, well, that was that. My parents helped me lug his stuff into a truck, and took him and all of his stuff to his parents' house. Done deal. I kept the apartment and I tried to settle back in. It was fine. I enjoyed my alone time and was free to have friends visit. Honestly, it seemed pretty ideal. Upon falling asleep on my second night alone, I was quickly woken up by a knock on my door, though. I checked the time, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, and I mean, to heck with that, no thanks. So I tried to drift off again, but the knocking happened again, more rapidly, more aggressively. I kept ignoring it, though. I didn't have that many friends, and the friends that I did have wouldn't be hanging on my door at 3 a.m. And eventually, that banging stopped. I enjoyed my next few days. I went out with friends, I had some drinks, came home alone, and I went to sleep. 4 a.m. again, and there's that banging. But this time, also some rattling. When I heard that, I realized that the guy was clearly trying to open the door. Luckily, this building was old and disgusting. Landlord paint jobs, roaches, and no AC, but what it did have was 2 deadbolts and a door chain, so I felt more curious than scared, I suppose. I took a look through the peephole and I saw a blonde man. He didn't look like a junkie or a weirdo, but I also didn't recognize him. And no, it wasn't Mike. He was dark-haired and would have written a poem before he tried to break down a door, but feeling young, stupid, and for whatever reason, safe enough to sleep, I just go back and I fall asleep. But this keeps happening. Every single night I go to sleep. Every single night he would knock. He bangs and slams at the door. He jiggles the doorknob left and right. He yanks at the doorknob. He flies into the door with the weight of his entire body. But he never talks. And for some reason, I never called the cops too. I think I was in my ACAB era, I don't know, but it went on for about a week, but I do call my friend Pete eventually. Pete and I hung out for the day. Maybe a bit of context here too is that Pete, he looked like the sniper in Saving Private Ryan. Skinny, bony, oddly serious. Pete couldn't hurt a fly, but he had a weird ghoulish face that made it seem as though he could. So we waited, and waited. We plotted and we constructed a plan. Speaking in whispers, we waited into the night. 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, then 3. And sure enough, there was knocking at the door. Go time. Out the peephole, we see the blonde man. What a surprise, right? He continues to knock, smash and bang on the door. With the chain lock on, we undid the 2 deadbolts. The knocking paused. We flick open the doorknob and, with a knife in each of our hands, scream at him. We stab stupid IKEA kitchen knives through the gap. We yell, "We're going to kill you, come back here and we're going to cut you," and we swish the blades around like pirates who are only allowed to carry butter knives. The blonde man, he sort of stumbles back and jogs down the hall. Pete and I laugh it off, and to my surprise, the blonde man never returned. All it took was matching his crazy, I suppose, but I will never know why he targeted me, or why he was so insistent in getting into my apartment of all places. Though I can guess, I suppose, and my guess is that he may have been stalking me for some time, and when he noticed that Mike was gone, maybe he saw that as his chance. Again, I guess I'll never really know, but when I think back on it, it was kind of a crazy time for me, and honestly, I'm glad it's over. When I was 7, my family, mum and 2 older brothers, 13 and 15, moved house. We moved to a street that was built on old tram tracks from around the 1900s. The line of terrace properties themselves were fairly new, but when we moved in, they were only around 15 years old max. All of the properties have a rear garden that was divided by a meter-tall wooden fence. Each garden has a shared rear wall that is 7 foot tall and made of concrete. This wall separates the properties from the grounds of the local park. So as a kid, I kept myself pretty much entertained all the time. The age gap between my brothers and I at that age was enough to be left out of most things, and my parents were recently divorced. So, I would make up games and act out imaginary scenes. It was not uncommon to find me playing off by myself in the back garden. We had pet rabbits that lived in a hutch that was up against the back wall mentioned earlier. Being the curious child that I was, I used to like to sort of stand on the hutch and look over the wall into the park and people watch. I remember it being a warm night, and the sun was setting a bit later in the day. I don't remember the time exactly, but with the way the daylight plays in my memory, it must have been around 7 p.m. I was out in the garden, people watching from my rabbit hutch vantage point, when I had the sudden urge to look over my right shoulder. With the way my house is laid out, the kitchen is at the rear of the house. If I were to enter the house, I'd open and walk through that kitchen. My neighbor's house, which would be on my right side as I looked back, is a bit different. Their sitting room is at the rear instead. So I look over my right shoulder and my neighbor's back door is open. There are no lights on, so it's dark in the sitting room and I can't really make anything out. But I know that they have a sofa facing out, and it would be where I was looking. That's when I see what look like 2 red dots, spaced apart, and not changing distance from one another, floating in the middle of this black room. I remember squinting, trying to figure out, what am I seeing? I kid you not as well. These 2 dots move in a smooth arc to the right and upwards, as if they were eyes on a face of someone standing up from the sofa. As they move, they seem to get a bit closer to the door, and I could make really nothing out except for, well, a dark silhouette. I freak out at that, and I run back inside, all the way to the front of the house where our sitting room is located, to tell my mum. She assures me that it's nothing, and so I head back outside. I climb back onto the rabbit hutch and immediately look behind me again. The figure with its red eyes is now standing in the doorway of their house, looking out into the garden. I nope once more back into the house, and this time, I do not go back outside. For years, I forgot about this experience, but I've always been afraid of the dark. I especially hate looking out of windows at night, particularly into the back garden. Something jogged my memory of it a few years ago, though, and every time I talk about it, honestly, it makes me sort of teary-eyed, because it was terrifying. I still remember every detail of that evening, and I wonder what it was that I saw. My neighbors still live there, and I'm too scared to ask them if they've experienced anything, or if they have an explanation for, well, whatever it was that I saw. At first, I was always too scared to tell anyone this story, and then when I did tell people, they always laughed at me. I really have no reason to make this up. I wasn't on drugs, and no, I'm not psychotic or anything. Back in the fall of 2017, I started my freshman year at Michigan State University. There's a trail behind some dorms, collectively called River Trail dorms because of their proximity to the Red Cedar River and the woods. The trail is colloquially called the Rape Trail because you enter it through a gap in a fence, and it can be known for some unsavory activity at night. I had never heard of an assumed happening there while I was there. Mainly it was just where kids went to smoke some weed and cigarettes, really. Well, I had become friends with a couple of boys, and one day after dark, they decided to go to the trail and smoke some weed, and I joined. I never smoked with them as I got obviously interrupted, but nevertheless, I sincerely do not believe that marijuana has anything to do with this story. Anyway, the boys were doing their thing when a figure walked into the open gap into the gate. We were at least 50 feet from this gap and the only people on the trail. It was probably close to 10 p.m. and besides the moon, the only lighting came big parking lot lights close to the gate opening. At first, the boys I was with said that the figure resembled a Korean international student that they knew. I had never met him, so I relaxed a little, thinking everything was fine and this person was a friend. Well, they're calling out his name, but he never looks over at us, and he goes off the trail path into the sticks and leaves, but it doesn't make a sound. They're still calling for him, and I'm confused why he's acting so bizarre. I can sense the boys tensing up at this stage too. This is the only way that I can describe what happened next, but the boy morphed into a very tall, at least 7 feet, completely pitch black, featureless, clothless, not even human figure. It was human-shaped, I suppose, extremely skinny, but reflected no light and seemed almost two-dimensional. The figure looked at us dead on, though it was maybe 50 feet away. It moved toward us effortlessly in about 2 strides like it was floating. It came up to us almost head-on and still had no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just all black. Then, when it was so close that I could almost touch it, it morphed into the international student, back down to a probably 5'6" human male. The boys were extremely apprehensive and feigned normalcy, but were probably just playing it cool. I asked him questions and he lit a cigarette, but I can't recall him speaking or answering anything, just sitting there, smoking. We eventually excused ourselves and pretty much ran back to our dorm. I was not the first person to speak. It was my friend who asked, "Did we just see Slender Man?" I said yes, and let's not talk about it anymore. The other kid was speechless and said nothing, and really, we never spoke about it ever again. Eventually, we all drifted apart within the semester, and I haven't spoken with them since 2018. I truly thought that this was the end, that I was going to die that night. To this day, I have never been more terrified too. It was to the point that I almost don't fear humans at all, and the only thing that makes me scared is paranormal stuff now. I don't go into the woods very much anymore too, only ever in broad daylight, and even then not so much. I have a deep respect for nature, and I know that the woods are just not my territory, especially at night. I still have no idea what you would categorize this as. I mean, I've called it a skinwalker, but I'm really not sure that that's accurate at all. Obviously, Slender Man isn't real, but minus the suit, it was kind of dead on, to be honest. I don't know. If people could provide more information, then I would like to learn more, and I can't be the only one who has ever seen something like this.
I used to be a property manager in London back in the 80s. For one reason or another, the flats I managed weren't strictly legal, so it was basically my job to collect rent, arrange repairs, and be a buffer between the real owner and the council, should they ever find out he was flouting regulations. It was a proper cash under the table sort of thing, and we didn't discriminate when it came to tenants. If you could give us the month's rent, which was about 60 quid back then we'd give you a bedroom in a shared house with communal kitchen and bathroom facilities. These days, a lot of landlords ask foreigners for proof of their right to be in the country, and I think you can get into trouble if you're found to be housing illegal immigrants. But back then, we weren't in the least bit interested in who you were or where you were from. All we wanted was money. And the same applied when I met a guy called Yuri. Yuri mentioned something about being from Latvia, but I never saw any papers to confirm that. His name could have been anything, and he could have been from anywhere. I met him outside this crumbling down house in Finsbury, one of the properties that I managed. Heavy emphasis on those quotation marks there, and the room that he was after was a mess. There was peeling wallpaper, damp patches everywhere, and a stink that was sort of half mold and half despair. It was the kind of place that you'd give a rat the hump, and Yuri didn't quite seem desperate enough to rent it. But after a brief look around, he told me he'd take it. I was surprised, honestly, but I wasn't about to argue with the man. I just took his money, gave him his keys, and that was that. Next month, when I went around to collect the rent, Yuri wasn't in. He cleaned the place up quite nicely, gotten rid of all the mold and the peeling wallpaper, and he left a little note on his bed that just said, "Busy at work, money in pillowcase." We dealt with some quite unsavory characters on a regular basis, and I'd had someone try and run a scam like that on me before. As they say, if you play with feathers, you get your arse tickled. When their rent money wasn't in the pillowcase, they said someone must have gone into their room before I did and pinched the cash. And since it wasn't their fault, they didn't think that they should have to pay twice the rent money, and that caused an awful lot of trouble for that character, let me tell you. I was thinking, good God, not another one of these. But then, when I put my hand in the pillowcase, Bob's your uncle, there was the money. It was like that every month, too, but it suited me down to the ground. I never had to chase him or go looking for him. He was reliable as anyone was, old Yuri. But then came the month when, well, you'll see what I mean in a moment, won't you? It was a grim Tuesday lunchtime, all gray and dreary out when I drove over to the house in Finsbury to collect the rent. The place was dead quiet, with most out grafting in some manner or another, nothing but the hum of traffic outside and the occasional cough from the guy down below's ground floor flat. So I knocked on Yuri's door, just out of habit really, and when there was no answer, as per usual, I just pushed it open. His room was just the same as ever, bare except a single bed, a rickety old chair, and a wardrobe that was well on its last legs. I went for the pillowcase, expecting to find the cash in the usual place, but there was nothing. I patted it down and shook it a bit, but still nothing fell out. That wasn't like Yuri at all. He'd only been renting about 6 months, but he'd always paid on time and in the same fashion, good as gold. Then I opened the old wardrobe to see if his clothes were still there and saw they were all gone. It was completely gutted. I hardly ever found a reliable tenant like him, not in our game, so it always stung a bit whenever they decided to move someplace else. I was about to leave and I was right on my way out the door when I spotted something under the bed. It was a suitcase, brown leather and bashed up around the edges. I'm not one for poking my nose in where it doesn't belong, but something didn't feel right. All of Yuri's stuff was gone and he hadn't left any rent money either. So what was his suitcase doing under his bed? I thought for a second, then said to myself, "Stuff it. I'll have a quick look and see if there's a note or something." I walked back in, shut the door, kneeled down next to the bed, and pulled out the suitcase. I flicked the latch, lifted the lid, and my heart stopped. There was Yuri, inside the suitcase, his body all twisted up and broken, like someone had to fold him up to fit him inside. His arms looked snapped and bent at odd angles, while his legs were tucked under him backwards. His face was all gray and his eyes were wide open, staring out blankly. There was nothing else, just him, stuffed inside like he was something to be thrown away. I got up and stumbled back, hand clamped over my mouth to keep the smell out of my nose, but I still felt sick. The room started spinning, and the next thing, I'm out the door and taking the stairs 2 at a time. I pulled the front door open, ran out into the street before I stopped. I remember how my hand shook as I fumbled for my pack of cigarettes. I lit one and took a long drag, but it did nothing to calm me down. And as I paced back and forth outside the house, I wondered, what the hell was I going to do? At the time, I knew the owner of the property, a man who will remain nameless, was quite an active figure in London's criminal underworld. I just didn't know to what extent. That meant that he'd probably go mental if I just phoned the police and invited them into one of his gaffes. But this wasn't just a broken window or a tenant who wouldn't pay up. This was a goddamn body. I dug out a few coins from my pocket and walked to the phone box around the corner, and from there I rang the owner, the cig burning down my fingers as I dialed his number. His missus picked up the phone, handed it over to him, then I told him all about the body in the suitcase. I obviously didn't just come out and say it, not over the phone, but we had a way of talking back then where you said things without saying them. Once he'd gotten the gist of it, I thought that the owner was going to flip his lid, but instead, he stayed calm, a bit too calm under the circumstances and asked me if I was sure the tenant had departed. When I told him I was sure as eggs, he told me not to involve anyone else and asked where the tenant was right now. Then when I told him, he asked me to help the tenant move out. I told him in so many words anyway that if he thought that I was getting involved in a murder, he was mad. I said we needed to call the police, limit what they were told about the properties and the tenants, then hope they breezed past us without getting a whiff of what we were doing. But the owner wasn't having it. He said if I went to the police, not only would I be out of a job, but I'd also be in serious trouble. Then before I could argue further, he hung up. Until that day, all I knew about the owner of the shared house was that he was involved in renting flats. Well, dodgy ones at that. I might have been a bit of a geezer back then, but I wasn't stupid, and what he said on that phone clued me into the fact that whatever else he was involved in, it was a lot more illegal than just some dodgy flat shares. My heart was pounding after that phone call, my head spinning with all kinds of frightening realizations. For the past God knows how long, I've been working for someone who was now casually telling me to dispose of a body like it was nothing. This was more than just being some dodgy landlord. You'd have to be a real dark kind of person not to even flinch at something like this. But this guy knew my name, my family's names, where I live, everything. But at the same time, my fingerprints were on that suitcase, and if I didn't get out ahead of it and tell the coppers that all I'd done was stumble across it, then there was a good chance that I'd be going down for something, maybe even murder. I didn't want to go back to the house, and I didn't want to just drive home either, so instead, I went to the pub. There was a place called the Red Lion down the road from the phone box, and even though it was only a bit past 12, I drank a pint of lager in about 4 or 5 gulps just to steady my nerves. The barman clocked me and gave me a funny look, but didn't say anything. He just left me to drown my sorrows in peace. Then I sat there, staring at my glass, wondering how everything could go from normal to nightmare so quickly and so drastically. Yuri was a good tenant. He was quiet. He paid me on time. He seemed like a nice bloke too, so who'd do something like that to him and why? After maybe 15 to 20 minutes of staring at the bar top and weighing up my options, I decided to do the smart thing. I fished around my pocket for some more change and walked back to the phone box and phoned the police. The cops turned up about 20 minutes later, 2 of them in a Panda car with their lights flashing, and I was back outside the house by then, so I gave them a wave as they drove down the street, then showed them the upstairs to where Yuri's body was in the suitcase. I only told them what they needed to know, and they said that I'd done the right thing by calling them, but still, I was terrified, because I knew that as soon as my boss got wind that I'd been talking to the police, I'd be in deep, deep doo-doo. That night, I crashed at my mate Dave's place over in Camden. I couldn't go back to my own flat, it'd be too risky, so he gave me a place to sleep for the night. But all I did was lie on his sofa, eyes wide open, thinking about how my life was about to change completely. The next day, I heard word had gotten back to my boss, or by then my former boss, that Yuri's body was with the coroner and that the police were talking to the tenants in the house that he owned. Assuming that was true, my former boss had almost certainly sent people out looking for me, so I asked Dave if I could lie low at his place for a few days until it was safe to return to my flat to grab my stuff. He said that was fine, but I didn't exactly tell him the whole story. If I had, I'm not sure that he'd have let me stay. I didn't go out at all, and Dave definitely knew something was up, but he didn't ask questions. I just kind of hung out on the couch drinking his lager and wondering if I was going to end up moving to Brighton, Birmingham, or maybe even Manchester. About a week later, I went around to my flat in the middle of the night to grab a few bits and bobs, but when I got there, the place had been trashed. Whoever my boss had sent had done something to the lock because it didn't look like anything was wrong until I tried to put my key in the door, and it creaked open from the force. Inside, my flat looked like a bomb had hit it. They'd smashed my telephone, ripped up my sofa, broken all my records, and from the smell of the bedroom, they'd gone to the toilet all over my clothes. I didn't take anything with me. There was really nothing to take. The only thing that mattered was getting to my mum's, and then getting her on a coach to Manchester, the furthest of my options, before anything happened to her. 2 guys had already been over asking where I was, so she knew that I was in some sort of trouble. But it still took some convincing to get my mum to pack a bag. She didn't know how I made my money, so I had to spill the beans on her son being a bit of a naughty boy before she understood how serious things were. I told her the men looking for me were bad people, and that the next time they darkened her door, they might hurt her as a way of getting to me. The next day, me and Mum were in a B&B up in Manchester. I had a few quid in my pocket, so I found us both places to stay quite quickly, and then after that, it was a case of trying to go straight and earn an honest living for the first time in my life. No one ever found us, but at night the nightmares did. I dreamed that someone was zipping me into a suitcase and then shoving me under a bed, and I'd wake up scared thinking someone was at the door. But no one ever was. It was just my imagination. Sometimes I wonder if the cops ever got anywhere with Yuri's murder. I doubt it, but I also don't think that it was my former boss that had anything to do with it either. He just wanted me to get rid of the suitcase, and if for some reason he had wanted Yuri dead, then he'd surely have given the job to someone more cold-blooded and reliable than myself. No, I think someone else put Yuri in that suitcase. I don't know why, but I know they'd have to be pretty scary to be able to best a 6-foot barrel-chested Eastern European guy like Yuri. Then to twist him up like that, to snap his arms and legs and fold him in half. It takes a very frightening person to do something like that. A person I'm very glad I never had to meet.
My name's Jada, and this story takes place during my second year of college. That year, I moved into a house with 3 of my friends, Kim, Sarah, and Maya. The house was old and run down, as most student houses were. It was a 4-bedroom place that had clearly seen better days. It wasn't surprising, considering it had been rented out to college students for years. The carpets were worn, the walls were covered in layers of peeling paint, and the kitchen appliances looked like they were from the 90s. Still, it was cheap, and that was what we needed. The landlord's name was Phil. He was in his mid-40s and always dressed like he was trying too hard to look important. He had shiny dress shoes, slicked back hair, and a Bluetooth earpiece that he wore all the time. The first time we met him, he handed us the lease and gave a speech about the house rules. Something about him put me off, but my friends didn't seem to notice, and we all signed the lease anyway. At the end of the day, the rent was dirt cheap, and none of us could afford to be picky. Moving in was chaotic, but exciting. We spent the first week cleaning and unpacking. We were trying to make the place feel like home. There were quirks to the house that we laughed about. There was a light switch that didn't do anything, a creaky step on the staircase that couldn't be avoided, and the basement door wouldn't stay closed, no matter how many times we tried to latch it. Despite its flaws, it was our place, and we were determined to make it work. Over the first few months, nothing really happened. We went to class, hung out with friends, and hosted the occasional get-together at the house. Phil never came around during that time, which was fine by us. As far as we were concerned, the less we saw of him, the better. We paid our rent on time, and figured that was all he cared about. It wasn't until winter that things started to get strange. One day, the heat stopped working entirely. I remember sitting in the living room with my roommates, wrapped in blankets, and joking about how college life meant freezing to death in a rundown rental. We called Phil to let him know about the problem. I was expecting him to send a professional to handle it, but he insisted on coming over himself. That was the first time I realized he didn't like having other people handle repairs. He came by later that day while we were all out at the school. I got home just as Phil was leaving. He was standing on the porch, locking up the front door.
Everything's fixed,
He said, patting the railing as if that somehow proved his handiwork. I thanked him and stepped inside. As soon as the door closed behind me, I felt strange. It wasn't anything I can explain, just a sense that something was slightly out of place. When I got to my room, I noticed my dresser drawers weren't shut all the way, and my closet door, which I always kept closed, was slightly ajar. It didn't make sense, but I convinced myself I was imagining things. Maybe I'd left them that way in the morning and just didn't remember. I told my roommates about it that evening. Sarah thought it was probably nothing, but Kim wasn't so sure. Either way, none of us had any proof. We decided to let it go, but after that day, I started paying closer attention to the house whenever Phil came around. About 2 weeks later, I had an encounter that made me realize something was seriously wrong. I had just finished showering and was wrapping a towel around myself. Then I stepped into the hallway and saw Phil standing on the stairs. My heart jumped, and I blurted out, "What are you doing here?" He looked startled and muttered something about checking for leaks. Then he turned and left without another word. I locked myself in my room and didn't come out until my roommates got home. The worst incident happened late one night. I woke up to the sound of footsteps downstairs. At first I thought it was one of my roommates, but then I heard the unmistakable sound of the front door opening and closing. When I peeked out of my bedroom, I saw Phil in the living room. He was just standing there in the middle of the room with his back facing me. I ducked back into my room, grabbed my phone, and called the police. When they arrived, Phil acted like it was all a misunderstanding. He claimed he'd come to check the furnace and that he'd knocked, but no one answered. To my dismay, the cops didn't seem interested in pressing him further. After that night, none of us felt safe in the house anymore. We talked about breaking the lease, but the penalty for doing so was more than any of us could afford. Instead, we did what we could to make ourselves feel safer. We kept all the doors locked, even when we were home. I'm aware that he had a key, but we thought it would deter him in some way. Maybe it would help if we had to call the cops again. Sarah bought a cheap chain lock for the front door, and Kim set up an old webcam she had lying around to watch the living room. Maya started spending most nights at her boyfriend's apartment, leaving the rest of us to fend for ourselves. But all of that didn't matter anyway, because Phil didn't come back after the night the police showed up. The day our lease ended felt like a finish line we'd been crawling toward. We packed up our things in record time, barely bothering to clean up after ourselves. None of us cared about the security deposit anymore. We just wanted out. Phil showed up on the last day to do a walkthrough, but we made sure we were all there together. None of us wanted to be alone with him. Looking back, I wish we'd done more to stand up to him. Maybe we could have gotten out of the lease, or found a way to report him more effectively to the police. At the time, though, we were just a group of broke college students who didn't know how to handle something like that. I've lived in a lot of places since then, but I've never had a landlord as creepy as Phil. I hope I never do again. I got married about 10 years ago, but it didn't last long. After the first year, we were fighting constantly, and my husband moved in with his brother. The apartment that we shared was too much for me to afford, and I had to move. So I had no real home, no job, and no idea how I would move forward. My ex was out of my life by then, and all I had was enough savings to last a couple of months, if I was careful. At first, I stayed at a cheap motel, trying to figure out my next steps. Each day, I scoured job boards and sent out applications to anything I thought I could handle. Weeks passed, and I started to panic because my savings were dwindling faster than I had expected. Even though I skipped meals and limited my spending to absolute essentials, the money felt like it was evaporating, and the thought of being homeless haunted me. I didn't have family nearby, and most of my friends had sided with my ex after the split. The few who hadn't weren't in a position to help. Finally, after what felt like endless rejection emails, I got a call back from a restaurant that I had applied to. It was just a server position at a small diner, but I was thrilled to have anything at all. During the interview, the manager seemed nice, and I told her that I could start immediately. When she offered me the job on the spot, I nearly cried. The pay wasn't much, but it was something, and I was eager to start learning the job as quickly as I could. At first, things went well, and I even made a couple of friends among my coworkers. One day during a break, I was talking with a woman named Carla about my living situation. She was nice and easy to talk to, so I admitted I was still staying at the motel. Carla looked surprised, and then mentioned that her friend Denise was looking for a roommate. She told me Denise had an apartment not far from the diner, and was having trouble covering rent on her own. I had mixed feelings about the idea, because moving in with a stranger sounded risky, but I couldn't afford to keep paying for the motel much longer. Carla told me that Denise was nice and easygoing, so I agreed to meet her. She was in her late 20s, a few years younger than me, and seemed all right when we met. She worked in retail and said that she'd recently broken up with her boyfriend, which was why she needed a roommate. The apartment was small but clean, and the rent was affordable, so I decided to take the chance. Within a week, I'd moved in, and I was grateful to finally have a place that felt more permanent. Living with Denise worked out well for the most part. Occasionally we'd cook dinner together or watch a movie, but mostly we kept to ourselves. I would say that we were friends, but not quite besties, if that makes sense. Then after a few weeks, I met her boyfriend Daniel, who she had apparently gotten back together with. I never really liked him right from the start. He had a sleazy style. He would make little comments when Denise wasn't around, things like telling me I looked nice or asking about my plans. He did it in a way that felt more personal than friendly. I tried to ignore it because I really wanted to get along with him, but then he started finding excuses to linger when Denise wasn't home. One time, he showed up unannounced, saying he'd forgotten something at Denise's place and ended up staying for over an hour trying to chat with me. That was when I was sure he was hitting on me. I made it clear that I wasn't interested, but it was uncomfortable. The breaking point came during a small dinner that Denise hosted for a few friends. Daniel was there, along with Carla and another girl. The evening started fine, but after a couple of drinks, Daniel started flirting with me right in front of everyone. I could see Denise eyeing us, and I knew she was pissed off. I'd had enough, so in front of everyone, I told him off and said he needed to stop. The room fell silent, and Denise looked mortified. At the time, I thought she was just embarrassed for Daniel. I thought that I had done the right thing as a friend, but I was wrong. After the guest left, Denise confronted me. She accused me of trying to create problems between her and Daniel. I told her about what he'd been doing, but she didn't believe me. She said if I had a problem with him, I should have come to her privately, instead of embarrassing her. After almost an hour of arguing, we went to our separate rooms, both furious. Then in the middle of the night, I was woken up by the sound of my door opening. At first I thought it was a dream, but then I saw Denise standing there. She had a knife in her hand and a crazy look in her eyes. Then before I could fully process what was happening, she lunged at me. I rolled off the bed onto the floor before she got to me. Then I managed to grab the duvet and used it to cover myself. She slashed at me, cutting through the fabric and grazing my arm. When she saw the blood, she must have snapped out of it. She stopped, then dropped the knife and backed away from me. As she was leaving the room, I could hear her muttering, "I'm sorry," over and over. I grabbed my phone and called the police, and Denise was arrested. I spent the rest of the night in the hospital, getting stitches for the cut on my arm. The doctor said I was lucky it wasn't worse. After Denise was taken into custody, I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. The thought of sleeping there another night made my stomach turn. I packed my stuff the next day and moved into the same motel that I stayed at before. I kept working at the diner because I couldn't afford to quit. Carla tried to talk to me a few times, but I avoided her. I didn't blame her for what happened, but I couldn't bring myself to act like everything was normal. Whenever she brought up Denise, I changed the subject or walked away. Within a month, I found a small studio apartment I could afford. It wasn't much, just a single room with a kitchenette and a tiny bathroom, but it was a step up for sure. Life didn't magically get better overnight, but I took things one day at a time. The scar on my arm never healed completely, and every time I look at it, I think about how close I came to losing my life.
This happened about a year ago, when I was 26. I'm a female, and tend to be friendly toward most people. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a small woman. I'm 5'7", and slightly overweight. But I still get quite a lot of attention, for some reason. This particular day, I was heading home from work. I had a job in a warehouse at the time, and I was wearing old yoga pants and a bleach-stained shirt. I had no makeup on. My hair was up, and it was summertime in South Carolina. It was hot. I basically looked as unattractive as I possibly could. I just moved into a new apartment, and I was going to build myself some shelves out of wood and cinder blocks. I decided to swing by Lowe's after work to grab some materials I needed. I got one of those large pallet carts and started collecting the things I would require. I take pride in the fact that I'm pretty strong, and being able to build things, lift things, and generally just doing shit on my own. As I'm loading cinder blocks on my cart, this Lowe's employee walks up to me. I smile at him politely. He was maybe 5'11", wearing wire frame glasses, sparse stash, yellowing teeth, balding, but somehow was still physically fit. He was maybe in his 40s, although I admit I'm a bad judge of age. He offers to help me. No thank you. I've got this. Oh no, this is what they paid me for. He literally takes the cart from me and starts pushing it and begins asking me all these questions. They seem pretty standard at first. What was I building? The materials I needed? Things like that. I answer him but keep them short. I was definitely getting the vibe that he was trying to hit on me. He then starts telling me about how he's a former Marine and his time in the service, and how he stays fit and in shape, and then begins bragging about how strong he is. And I kid you not, he flexes for me. Like, who did this guy think he was? Johnny Bravo? At this point, I'm getting annoyed, but not creeped out. We get to the lumber section, and I begin to grab this board. No, I can get that for you. Nah, it's fine. I can do this on my own. He gives me another toothy grin. Nuh-uh. Okay, whatever. Maybe he needs to feel useful or something. So I let him grab it. He walks behind me, and as he does, I hear in my ear, like someone looking at something tasty. Immediately I'm like, fuck. Is this going to be one of those situations where I have to awkwardly decline someone's advances? Hoping it wouldn't come to that, I just ignore it. I had to get a couple more things and he insists on getting them for me. Every time walking behind me and making those sounds right in my ear. Fuck the rest of the stuff. I just want to get out of here. I tell him that I'm going to the checkout line, and he reminds me of the other stuff I mentioned, and that he could help me with it. No, I need to be going home now. I'm definitely not being friendly, and I'm not smiling anymore. I go to push the cart again, and his creepy sing-along voice, he insists on doing it for me. We get to the checkout, and at this point, I've texted my best friend and told her about this weirdo following me around in Lowe's. I also tell her his name, which I can't remember at this moment. I said if anything happened to me, that he was the one who did it. I was only half joking. He was really creeping me out at this point. I'm at the register and one of the boards didn't have a tag on it. Mr. Creepy says he will go grab another, and he walks behind me again and whispers, "Delicious," in my ear, and I get the chills. He comes back with a new board and walks behind me again, manages to brush against my hip, even though we have plenty of room. Then he whispered, "Eat you up. I finally check out, and this creep is still hanging around. He offers to help me out to my car. I firmly say no. Well, I need to come take the cart back when you're done. It'll be easier. I am not letting him follow me to my car in this huge parking lot, but he persisted that he had to bring the cart back with him. So I say I'll just bring my car to the front and load it up. He finally relents and walks back inside. Thank God. I get in my car and pull around to the front. He emerges from the store. Let me load that for you." I had a board in my arms, and he grabs it from me. With his terrible smile, he says in the creepiest way possible, "Oh no, Gabrielle. I got this. I can get it in there, like swimwear." How the fuck did he know my name? He looks at me like I'm prey. I'm so freaked out at this point, and I am feeling very unsafe, even though we're in front of the store, and there are plenty of people about. He finishes loading my car, and I don't even acknowledge or thank him. He scoots around, opens my car door for me, and gives me another toothy grin. I completely ignore him, but I have to pass right next to him to get into my car. Right in my ear, I hear him whisper, "Delicious." I give him the most disgusted look I could muster. This doesn't deter him. He licks his lips and winks at me again. I get in my car and lock the doors. As I put my car in drive, he taps on my window and waves. I heard him saying to drive safe back to my apartment, which he knows by name. "It was nice getting to know you, Gabrielle." I got the fuck out of there. I have never seen that man before in my life, and I have no idea how he knows my name or where I lived. I have never gone back to that Lowe's again. Every time I think about that incident, I kick myself for not reporting him. I hesitate to use the word stalked due to the infrequency of when things happened, but I really don't have another word for what's been going on for so long. I'm a 28-year-old female from South Carolina. This man, my mother's ex-boyfriend, has been an unwelcomed intrusion into our lives for 30 years, and frankly, I have a feeling that it's not going to end anytime soon. Short of taking measures that are too extreme to even consider, my family and I don't seem to have any choice other than to put up with it. We can't ignore it, because just when we think it's over, he comes back. He always comes back. We run into him in town, someone mentions his name, or an event will trigger a memory, and we're right back in that hopeless, frustrating feeling of being powerless. I can't recount every single step that's brought my family to this point. This would just go on for too long. But I can relay major events that have happened, even without every detail. This is going to be pretty long, so strap in. I guess I should start at the beginning. To make a long story short, my mom met this guy in high school. His name was Rick. Rick and my mom dated for 4 years, starting at the end of their senior year. He was the son of a local politician, very good looking and athletic. I have spoken to her at length about her time with him, and she told me that while they were initially together, there was nothing that she saw that would indicate anything was off about him. But slowly, over the course of their relationship, he changed. He started telling her what she could and could not wear, who she could talk to. He told her that she couldn't smoke anymore, that she had to get a new car because he couldn't be seen with her in the old truck she drove, that she had to move out of her parents' house and marry him as soon as possible. He was also pushing hard for her to sleep with him. She didn't, and she has never been able to say, at least to me, why that was, other than having this gut feeling that she shouldn't. For the most part, my mom ignored the way he was trying to control her life. She did nothing he wanted her to do. She's stubborn and very no-nonsense, so it floors me that she put up with his bullshit for so long. I guess she felt that she couldn't do any better, and thought that, given time, she could change him. But Rick didn't change, at least not for the better. If anything, he got worse. He became verbally abusive and put her down every chance he got. Eventually, she broke up with him. She had found out that he was sleeping with a friend of hers, among several other women. Over the course of the year they were no longer together, Rick was constantly trying to get back with her. He would call her at work and at home. He would drive by to where she was working her second job, or would follow her whenever she drove somewhere that wasn't work or home. He tried to get her friends to tell him where she was or give her messages from him. He even had his mother stop her in the grocery store and plead with her to take him back. She told my mom that even though she was from, quote, lower class trash, her son was devastated without my mom in his life. While this was happening, my mom met my father, and when Rick found out about it, he seemed to back off a bit. My dad's a big guy and comes from a rough family that had a reputation for fighting. I guess that made him hesitant to continue his stalking behavior, at least for a while. That all changed when my parents got married. My mom would pick up the phone when it rang to hear heavy breathing on the line. A man's voice that was clearly disguised would try to ask her questions about her marriage, or say something lewd about her or the intimate aspect of my parents' relationship. I say try because as soon as she heard the voice, she would hang up, although she wasn't always quick enough. Back then, there were no stalker laws in South Carolina, and since there wasn't any kind of physical assault, there wasn't much that the police could do. Not that they would have anyway. This all took place in a small town, population of hardly more than about 5,000, and the sheriff was real good friends with Rick's father. Suffice to say, the legal avenue was closed off to my family. My grandmothers, tired of the harassment of their children, got together at one point and cornered Rick's mom in town one afternoon. They told her point blank that if she didn't put a stop to her son's behavior, they were going to make sure the newspapers found out about the other recreational activities he had been up to, which, as you can probably guess, weren't legal. Again, the calls stopped. When my sister and I were born, all hell broke loose. Rumors started flying around that Rick was actually our father, and that my mother had been having an affair with him. Pictures of my mom with us at the store, or somewhere in town, would turn up in the mailbox, along with letters stating how much we looked like Rick. What was most disturbing is that these letters would also mention how attractive my sister and I were going to be when we grew up. When my mom showed that particular letter to my dad, he was furious. That night, he drove out to the dive bar where Rick and his friends were known to hang out. Rick wasn't there, but 3 of his buddies were. My dad demanded that they tell him where Rick was, but they refused. When my dad turned to get back into his truck, the men tried to gang up on him. As I said before, my dad is a big guy and grew up fighting. He handed them their asses. 2 broken noses, and the other one lost his front teeth. He told them to let Rick know that he would find him if anything else happened. Several years went by very quietly. We made a life as a close-knit family. But when we were around 15 and 16, things started up again. By this point, Rick had started and failed several businesses, gotten married twice, and had children of his own. With mouths to feed, he had taken a job as a manager at the local grocery store. I was at driving age by this time, and it wasn't uncommon for my mom to send my sister and I to the store while she worked. We always enjoyed this, because it gave us a chance to play our loud music and talk out of our mom's earshot about things she really wouldn't have wanted to hear. You know, typical teenager drama. The first time we went in and Rick was working there, he easily recognized us. I look more like my mom than my sister does, whereas my sister is the spitting image of my father. Plus, it's a small town. It wasn't hard for him to figure out who we were. And when he did, he followed us through the whole store. Every time we turned down an aisle, he would be there, with the creepiest smile on his face. We had no idea who he was. We were practically babies when the pictures and letters had been sent to our mailbox. It was a topic that our parents had understandably not talked about in front of us. It wasn't until we were in our late teens that we were told the whole truth. Rick stopped us at the end of every aisle and would ask us questions, like if we knew what day our mom's birthday was, and if we liked the same things that she did, and if we got along with our father. He told us how pretty we looked and how much we resembled our mother. We brushed most of it off. We were used to being recognized by people in town that knew our parents. Most of the time they would just say things like, "Oh, I know your mom," and never introduce themselves beyond that, so this didn't strike us as weird. It was the shower of compliments about our looks and our figures that made us uncomfortable. We rushed through the store as fast as we could to get away from him and back home. We didn't say anything to our parents. Both of them are overprotective, and we didn't want to stir up any trouble. Stupid idea, I know. Boy, do I know. Because this became a weekly ritual for almost a year. Every week, we would be sent to the store for groceries, and Rick would be there, following us around. No one said anything, even though the cashiers would look at him funny as he stood in the checkout line with us, staring at us and talking non-stop. It got to the point that we would be in tears when we got outside again, but there wasn't a word said. Maybe the other people in the store were worried about being reprimanded, since he was the manager. Maybe they were afraid of him. I don't know. But when we finally did tell our parents, they were furious. Not so much with us, but about what happened to us. We stopped going to that store and started shopping at the Walmart in the next town over. My grandfather met with the store owner, and Rick lost his job. Things went quiet for a few years. Occasionally we would see him in town, and when we did, we would try to avoid him the best we could. Sometimes he would sneak up and try to talk to us. Being raised on the tradition of Southern hospitality, we couldn't just ignore him without feeling like we were committing a sin, so we tried to keep it as brief as possible. The compliments still came, bizarre and entirely unwelcomed, but neither of us knew how to handle them other than saying, thanks, before leaving quickly. Time went on, and we attended college pretty far away from our hometown, where there wouldn't be a chance of him running into us. But he was still a presence in our lives. When Facebook finally became popular, he was there, trying to send us friend requests, sending us messages asking us how our mom was doing, and how we were doing in school. We both blocked him, but he somehow found our email addresses. It wouldn't have been hard for him to get them. He just had to ask the right people, and we never thought that we had to guard that information. Both of us were bombarded by emails from Rick, asking us the same questions again about our parents, and talking about how much he looked forward to seeing us, quote, at home. The worst one was an email sent to me, asking me to let my mom know that all she had to do was tell him she was leaving my father, and he would divorce his current wife, abandon his children, and marry her, and that he would be the father that my sister and I deserved. I blocked him immediately and called my sister to let her know so she could be on the lookout. My mom doesn't have an email address, so he couldn't harass her like that, but the heavy breathing phone calls came back for a while. And when we all got cell phones, we did not give out our numbers to anyone except immediate family or people that we could trust, and told them not to give out our numbers to him under any circumstances. Which brings me to the most recent event, and the reason I've decided to sit down and write this out. I've moved back to my hometown, fresh out of grad school and newly married. Things have been quiet for a long time. Rick was the furthest thing from my mind. My husband and I had to stop by Walmart to pick up some last-minute gifts for Christmas. We split up in the store, and I was just coming out of the restroom. My mind was focused on my phone, trying to call my husband so I could find him in the big supermarket, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Distracted, I turned around and almost dropped my phone when I realized I was standing face to face with that son of a bitch, Rick. He grinned at me and said, "Well, hello there. Been a long time." I'm ashamed to admit that I couldn't do more than just stare at him. He snuck up on me, and I was so startled and freaked out that I couldn't say a word. He leaned in, still wearing that damn smile on his face, the one he used to wear when he would follow my sister and I around the store. "You look just like your mom. If I was your dad, though, you would look more like me." I was frozen as he grinned at me for what was probably only a few seconds, but it felt much, much longer. I then turned on my heel and walked away, as calmly as I could. I put my phone to my ear and called my husband. It took everything I had not to burst into tears right then and there, in the middle of the store. My husband knew all the stories, and he was ready to come and beat the crap out of Rick for saying anything to me, but I ushered him out to the car. I just wanted to get out of there and go home. When I told my parents about the incident, they became angry as well, and they still are to this day. It seems like no matter how much time passes, Rick is still hanging around like a boogeyman. It's not over, and I know that. It may never be over, but it does feel good to get all this out. I don't know what to make of his little declaration, or what else other than the obvious he might have been implying. It makes me sick to my stomach to think about it. What I do know is that I am very, very grateful that he certainly is not my father, because I can't imagine what my life would have been like growing up with him. This happened to me over 2 decades ago, during my first year in radio at Clear Channel, Shreveport in Louisiana. I was in my early 20s working part-time as a board operator and promotions assistant for several stations in our building, as well as doing overnights on the weekends as a disc jockey for the radio station, Rock 99, which is also known as 99X KTUX FM. One of the annual events that our cluster of stations would participate in was the Fortilla at Cross Lake. In the early summer of 2002, our rock station had an on-air sponsorship deal with a local boat dealership, which allowed us to borrow 2 of their boats, a party barge and a motor-powered bass boat, which would be used during this event. It was a near-perfect Saturday to be on the water. The sun was out, and it was also fairly windy. The boats were floating and zooming all over Cross Lake that day. This, combined with the wind, led to there being more wave activity on the lake than usual. Around a half a dozen of us were on the party barge, with at least 2 others riding around on the bass boat. One of the DJ's wives in attendance was wearing a brown straw hat to protect herself from the sun. While the party barge was in the middle of the lake, a gust of wind caught her hat and tossed it into the water. We stopped the barge and attempted to retrieve the hat, but it was too far away for any of us to reach. In the spur of the moment, I made a decision that would nearly result in me becoming a permanent resident of Cross Lake. Without giving it a second thought, I took off my shirt, removed my shoes, and dove into the water without wearing a life jacket. Swimming to the hat was the easy part, but my sense of accomplishment would soon be replaced by absolute fear and helplessness. The barge was only a few feet away from me, and on a calm day, I could have easily swam back to it. But the waves from all the boats on Cross Lake, as well as the wind, prevented me from returning to the barge, no matter how hard I tried. I quickly gave up on retrieving the hat, because now I was fighting just to stay alive. It's a very unique kind of terror when you find yourself thrashing around the open water, knowing that if you stop, you'll die. Everyone on the party barge thought I was messing around at first and were having a good laugh, but it soon became apparent that the waves kept knocking me back despite my best efforts to reach the barge. Our program director, who would eventually become one of my best friends, tried throwing a life preserver toward me, but the wind caught it and it landed out of my reach. The small glimmer of hope I had was snatched away from me. They tried moving the barge closer to me, but it wasn't designed to be maneuvered in that way. Plus, whoever was driving it at the time wasn't exactly an expert. Once it became apparent that I couldn't swim back, I focused all of my remaining energy into kicking in the hopes of keeping my head above water. Fortunately, we did have cell phones back then, and my program director was able to get in touch with the other boat. The only problem was they were on the other side of the lake, which meant I had to stay above water long enough for them to arrive. And at this point, I was running out of time. Those few minutes of kicking just to keep myself from drowning felt like hours, and for the first time, I was truly afraid of dying. I know this sounds crazy, but I could almost feel death's cold embrace. When you're a teenager or a young adult like I was at the time, you feel like your whole life is ahead of you. Chapters of your life yet to be written, never considering the whole book could be slammed shut before the story is even finished. Over a straw hat of all things. The bass boat finally arrived before I lost all the strength in my body. The driver of the boat was another DJ who managed to pull me out of the water. Laying on the floor of that boat, with the sun on my face, was an amazing feeling. I was wet, tired, and my entire body was sore. I had barely survived this ordeal, and was now a much wiser man. Nothing makes you feel more grateful to be alive than a near-death experience. Anytime I ever go back into the water, whether it's a lake, river, or the ocean, I always wear a life jacket. On a final note, fate certainly does have a thing for irony. The husband of the woman whose hat I was trying to save was the one who ended up saving me from literally sleeping with the fishes. This is one of the creepiest, unexplained experiences that has ever happened to me. Thinking back on it now, I still get this unnerving feeling that lingers. Anyways, here we go. A group of friends and I, all in our mid-20s, rented out this place on the lake for a fun-filled weekend of drinking and partying. From Friday night to Saturday morning, we pretty much went all out, having a blast on the lake. By the time Saturday afternoon came around, we were all so hungover from the night before, we decided that on this night, there would be no drinking. Maybe a bit of smoking, but that's it. We would just have a chill night and relax. 9 p.m. rolls around. Some of us were inside the lake house, and there was about 5 of us outside. The second floor of the lake house had a deck that overlooked the surrounding forest. You couldn't see the lake from there, but it was within walking distance. I'll mention that we had already had some weird vibes from the locals when we first arrived in town. Mostly just backcountry folk, who I assumed were a bit irritated because a bunch of out-of-towners were coming there looking for a good time. But between the town and the lake was such a large area that realistically, it wouldn't be close enough to anyone to be a bother. Anyways, 3 of the group were on the upstairs deck, my brother being one of them, while I was talking to a friend on a small wooden table just outside the forest. It was a very peaceful night, when suddenly, an unnerving feeling overcame us. It was so distracting that my friend and I stopped talking and just stared into the dark forest. Soon we heard a loud, eerie chanting. I have no idea how far away it was, but it sounded like the chanting was being carried through the forest. All the voices were male. They were loud and perfectly in sync. We were both frozen for at least 20 seconds before I could no longer contain myself and got up and darted toward the house, with my friend following me. I don't know how to explain the feeling that came with the chanting, but it felt almost evil. I was shaking by the time we got up to the second-story deck and joined the others. By the time we got there, the chanting had ceased. Did you guys hear that? Before anyone could even respond, the chanting began again. The 5 of us were now peering into the forest, listening to this bizarre chanting. it would sometimes sound very far away, and then relatively close. We couldn't make out what they were saying. It may have been in another language. A loud bang rang out, like someone had hit a huge metal object. What followed that was the scariest part. A man began wailing in extreme pain. All of my hair was now standing up. It was the most vomit-inducing thing I've heard. My brother and I were now staring at each other in a mixture of astonishment and disgust. The wailing stopped, and the chanting began again. After the chanting died down, one of our friends said that it was a bunch of drunk guys in the forest trying to scare us. But there was no way that chanting was coming from a bunch of drunk guys. All the voices were perfectly in sync, and that wail sounded like someone was being tortured. Plus, there was all that tension we felt. Something extremely messed up was taking place somewhere in that forest. It definitely wasn't in our immediate proximity, but close enough to where we could hear it perfectly. I remember that one of our group suggesting that we go explore and find out what was going on, but obviously, the rest of us thought that was a very stupid idea. I regret to say that we didn't call the cops. Looking back, I wish we would have, but the forest around that lake was so massive, it could have been from anywhere. I was very relieved to say the least when we were driving out of there the next morning. Thinking back to that night, it still gives me the worst kind of feeling. Whatever was going on, it just felt so wrong and evil. So the story is going to be pretty deep, and it will sound unbelievable, but I will provide some articles to corroborate everything. It all began in the summer of 2021. I was working as a lifeguard at a small beach called Adams Point Beach, located off Quincy Lake, New York. I didn't really enjoy my job a whole lot, to be honest. It was just a way of making ends meet. But I did make friends with some of the other lifeguards, so I guess that was a plus. To make matters even more difficult, I lived in a house off the lake with my parents, who would fight with each other almost every night. It was a very toxic environment to be in, and at one point I was working 2 jobs just to stay away from that place. A year after being hired, my boss had demoted me to a sub-lifeguard. He gave me some bullshit reason for doing this, but it pissed me off because I could no longer work with my friends. Fast forward to August of 2022. I was called in to cover for another lifeguard who had to call out. Usually there were 3 lifeguards working this shift, but on that day, there was a staff shortage. The shift began as normal. I would spend 30 minutes in the lifeguard chair before being swapped out. About 10 minutes later, while I was on my phone in a rec room, I heard a bunch of commotion coming from outside. There was screaming. I didn't know what was going on, so I rushed outside. What I saw is something I'll never be able to unsee. The lifeguard, along with 4 other people, had a woman on a rescue board. One of her legs was horribly wounded. I mean, it was nearly gone. I almost vomited at the sight. But I had to help out the other lifeguard. It was my job. I helped carry the board, but I had to keep my head turned, as it was too brutal to look at directly. I helped place the board on a table next to a shed. Thankfully, the police had already been called and arrived shortly after. The woman ended up being airlifted to the hospital by helicopter. During the aftermath, I asked one of the beachgoers what happened, and he said, "There was someone in a speedboat that wasn't looking where he was driving. People told him to slow down, but he didn't listen. After he ran over that poor woman, he stopped his boat, and then he just took off again." I could not believe what I was hearing. I then asked the man to describe what the boat looked like, because I pretty much know who comes out to this lake and who lives around here. He said it was one of those blue jet boats. When he told me this, I felt as if my entire world was coming to an end. There was only one person that I knew who owned that kind of boat. My own father. Everything went blurry, and then it all went black. I woke up to two people beside me, asking me if I was alright. Yeah, I'm fine. I've just never seen somebody's leg like that. Excuse me, I just need to go get a drink of water. My boss arrived a short time later and told everyone to go home because of what happened. I got in my car and made the 5-minute drive back to my place. When I got there, I saw my dad pacing back and forth nervously through the kitchen window. It did cross my mind to turn him in, but I was just so scatterbrained in the moment that I rushed inside the house and went into a full rampage on him. You hit that poor woman on the lake and just ran away? You fucking coward. He couldn't even look at me as I yelled at him. My adrenaline was now going into hyperdrive. I just couldn't contain myself, so I shoved him and then started hitting him. After hitting him about 10 times, I had finally pushed him to his limits, and he hit me so hard I fell to the ground and my ears were ringing. I don't care what I did. You do not put your hands on me, ever. Now stay down. He then ran out of the house and took off somewhere. I sat there bawling my eyes out. As I alluded to at the beginning of this story, I didn't have the best relationship with my father, but this was a whole new low for him. We weren't close, but never in a million years would I have thought he would end up doing something like this. Now, I don't know all the details, but no criminal charges were ever filed against him. I'm not sure how he weaseled out of it, but there was never an arrest, a trial, or a media circus. If I had to guess, it was ruled an accident, and the woman and my father came to some kind of civil agreement. I remember my mom coming back from the hospital one day. She went to go check on that woman, and told me that she was alive and well, but that her damaged leg had to be amputated. I felt so relieved that she survived, but I was also devastated that my own father was responsible for this. We never saw him again after that night. He not only fled the scene of the accident, but he also abandoned his marriage as well. It goes without saying that there was a lot of other things that were going on that I'm not willing to get into, but the boating accident was the straw that broke the camel's back. I quit my job as a lifeguard shortly after this incident. It was causing me a lot of trauma. I even began having nightmares over it. It got so bad that I had to go see a psychologist at least 3 times a week. Each day I'm slowly getting better and better, and I still have a long way to go. I wish I could tell you the story ends here. However, what happened at the lake and my father leaving us aren't the only reasons I'm in therapy. Let's move the timeline to mid-July of this year. I am still living with my mom out on Quenchy Lake. My dad has been gone for some time now, and we were moving on with our lives. I needed some time to myself that day, and I decided to go kayaking around 7 p.m. I paddled to a shallow area of the lake. I planned on stopping at the beach area for a while to give my arms a rest before heading back. While approaching the beachhead, I kept looking at the water just beneath my kayak. Something was off. It was getting dark out by this point. I had a mounted light on the kayak, but since I knew the way by heart, I didn't want to waste the battery on it just yet. My paddle then hit something in the water. At first, I thought it was a rock, which I thought was very strange, because I knew this area of the lake very well, and I wasn't anywhere near where the rocks usually were. So I pulled out my flashlight, turned it on, and looked. I shit you not. I saw the body of an old woman floating in the water. I let out the most ear-piercing shriek you've ever heard in your life. I quickly paddled out of there, reaching the shore a short time later. After pulling my kayak to shore, I ran to the grass area and threw up about 5 times. Luckily, I had my cell phone on me, so I immediately called 911. About 7 cop cars showed up 10 minutes later. The body was of a 71-year-old woman from New Lebanon. They estimated that she had been out there for about 4 hours before I discovered her. In the news reports that I've read, the articles state that a lifeguard discovered her body. I never spoke to a reporter after giving my statement to the police, but I assume they're referring to me. But I was no longer a lifeguard at that point. It's been a rough few years for me. I was hoping after the pandemic our family could turn things around, but between the boating accident, my father leaving, and the dead woman in the lake, I'd say things aren't going too well. My mother and I still live in the same house on Quincy Lake, but I'm hoping that someday the both of us can move on and leave all these horrible memories behind. I grew up in a small coal town in the Appalachian Mountains. It was a wonderful place for an outdoorsy kid like myself. We had no immediate neighbors and acres of forest to play in. Above our house was a ridge that ran along the border of a state park, but all the trails and public areas were far in the valley below, separated by a thick forest, and there was plenty of no trespassing signs, so it was rare to have hikers crossing into our land. From our house, there was a dirt road that wound up the mountainside to the top of the ridge, where there stood the remains of a burnt-down cabin. From there, you could follow that ridge to a flat area popular with the local hunters, my dad and a few of his friends. One of them posted a trail cam during the off-season to monitor the wildlife. We had coyotes, the occasional bear, mountain lions that the DEP still refused to acknowledge, bobcats, and a lot of deer. Continuing up that ridge, you would get to a clearing that had lots of flat boulders and a giant electrical tower that was fun to climb on. I would venture up there every so often with our family's black lab, Felicia, and spend hours reading, climbing, and generally enjoying the outdoors. One early fall day when I was around 13, I headed up there with a backpack full of snacks and a book. I had taken care to avoid the trail cam, as it was one of those old film ones, and I had gotten into trouble before for inadvertently filling the entire rolls of film goofing off around that area. I reached my favorite rock at the edge of the clearing, near the power lines, and had just settled down to read, when Felicia began barking and growling, rather aggressively. At first I paid it no mind, as she loved chasing deer, but this time she didn't bound off into the forest. Instead, she stayed next to me, growling at something unseen in the thick tangle of brush and trees. Now, I had considered hiking down that way before, as the park was in that direction, but it wasn't an easy passage. The area had been cleared years before to install the electrical tower. Once construction was complete, a thick mass of briars and weeds cropped up. The rocks that made for great climbing to the top of the ridge became difficult obstacles on the steep slopes below. Not to mention there was a much easier access closer to the park's entrance. This way brought you down to an undeveloped area at the very back of the campgrounds that wasn't easily accessible to cars or hikers. So I was taken off guard to see someone fighting his way through the brush from that direction. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" and gripped Felicia's collar. She had a tendency to jump on people when she got excited, and I didn't want her to cause him to tumble down the mountain. I overheard my parents arguing about lawsuits when she barreled into a jogger on the trail. The man looked up and smiled at me, and extracted himself from the thorns and made his way up the hill to the base of my rock. I don't know if it was Felicia's reaction to him, with a rather remote and impassable way he had come from, but his presence made me feel uneasy. He was probably in his mid to late 20s, average height and build, rather unremarkable looking. No backpack or supplies, but he was wearing hiker attire. I didn't like the way he looked at me, although at my young age I couldn't place why exactly it unsettled me. But now as a grown woman, I can look back and realize that he was sizing me up. From his smile, he seemed to be pleased at what he saw. "Hi there, where did you come from?" He had no trace of an accent, which struck me as odd. Our area has a pretty strong regional accent, and we don't get a lot of outsiders. "I live just down the hill. I was hiking with my dog." "Oh, she seems like a nice dog," he told me, with no trace of irony. Felicia was snarling at him, but he seemed unconcerned. "You should have a leash on her, though. Wouldn't want to get into trouble with the park. We put a leash on her when we're down in the park. This part is our property." There was no reaction from him learning that he was essentially trespassing. "Still, you're so close. You don't know who might come this way." "No one from the park comes here," I told him. I was being a bit rude, but I was annoyed at some stranger telling me what to do with my dog on my property. "I'm from the park. I'm one of the rangers, and I wanted to see the property. What would you have done if she had attacked me? You could get into big trouble." A chill crawled up my spine. We had only one ranger, and he was a close friend of the family. This man was definitely not him, but I was afraid to let on that I knew he was lying. I dug out Felicia's leash and clipped her, then stood up, slinging my backpack on. "Sorry, I'll let you get on with your hike. I have to go home now." "Your parents know you're up here?" "Oh yeah, they expect me home soon." "Do they come up here often?" I improvised on a whim. "My dad does. He comes up and checks on the trail cams." This was the first time I saw the stranger's smile falter. "Trail cams?" "Yeah, there's lots of them up here. He and his friends like to go hunting." The smile returned, but it was cold this time. "Well, these would make excellent hunting grounds." He took a step toward me, and Felicia lunged, nearly yanking the leash right out of my hands. I managed to haul her back in time to keep her from tearing this man's smile right off of his face, but he didn't so much as flinch. "You should head back now. Keep a tight hold on that leash. Maybe I'll see you up here again sometime." "Yeah, maybe," I said, secretly thinking to myself that I'd never step foot into the woods again. "Well, bye now." I quickly dragged Felicia away, looking back over my shoulder every now and then. He remained motionless in the spot where I had left him, staring at me with that same fucking smile. Once he was out of sight, I picked up the pace. Felicia kept growling over her shoulder, and occasionally, I would hear branches snapping behind me. I saw no sign of anyone following. I cut straight across the clearing with the trail cam, not bothering to avoid it in my rush to get away from the stranger. Once we hit the road that led home, I unclipped Felicia from her leash and broke into a jog. She remained by my side until I got back home. I didn't mention the strange man to my parents at first. They were weary about me hiking alone, and I didn't want them to forbid it. Furthermore, by the time I had gotten back, I had convinced myself that I was overreacting about the whole thing. He was probably just some hiker, and made up a story about him being a ranger to fuck with me, since I was giving him an attitude. Still, I didn't hike back up to that ridge that week, and instead snuck into the woods below my house. At the end of the week, I came home from school to a pissed-off dad, demanding to know if I had messed with the trail cam. One of his friends had come up to collect the film, and discovered that the cam had been switched off with only a few frames taken. At first, I was only concerned with getting into trouble and desperately proclaimed my innocence. I then remembered the stranger. After telling my dad about him, he called the park ranger to ask if they had somebody new on board that we didn't know about. The ranger said no, but after hearing my story, he told my dad the campground attendant had caught someone overnighting in an unauthorized area back in the campgrounds the previous weekend. He had assumed the guy was just trying to get out of paying for a camping fee. He was described as a younger man, average looking, very friendly, and apologized for what he said was a mistake, and took off. Shortly afterward, we heard from my dad's friend about the trail cam. He had gotten the role developed, and even though there was only a few frames, the last one was of me and Felicia cutting across the clearing. I thank God that I had told the stranger that there were multiple cams. I imagine he gave up once he couldn't locate the other ones. My parents have since moved to a small neighborhood down in the valley, and I've since moved out of town. In my parents' backyard, on the riverbank, there's a mound covered by Easter lilies that marks Felicia's final resting place. The house I grew up in fell into a state of disrepair after we left, and was eventually burned to the ground. No one lives on that property now, but the clearing at the top of the hill is still popular with hunters. Whenever I visit that area for the holidays, I still like to hike up to that ridge, but when I do, I make sure to wave at all the trail cams, and I always bring a dog with me. Between 8th to 10th grade, I was deeply involved in a small Minecraft building server. The average age of the players was probably 15 to 17 years old, and we Skyped almost every day for hours. We quickly grew close and would follow each other on other social media platforms. I became really close with one member in particular. His name was Peter. He was in the same grade as me, and I heard rumors that he might have had a crush on me. Rumors that he denied. I found the idea laughable, since we only knew each other online. We were in the same grade, but not in the same school, so I brushed it off, and things were okay for a while. But eventually something felt off. During our conversations, I started catching him in small lies, which bothered me. Deciding it was time to distance myself, I stopped talking to him. A few months later, after no contact, Peter texted me out of the blue. He said that he might transfer to my high school to qualify for an in-state college tuition. His plan was to live alone and support himself while still in high school. My stomach dropped. This felt very wrong and out of nowhere. Still trying to stay calm, I told him that his plan was absolutely insane and pointed out how oddly convenient it was that he just happened to choose the school that I attended. But he insisted that this was a coincidence and that his plan would work. I really hoped that he was bluffing, just messing around. But a short time later, he claimed that he had already purchased plane tickets to visit my high school and stay in my town. Fear washed over me as I realized that Peter was serious and had an unhealthy attachment to me. He wasn't bluffing. To my horror, he posted a Snapchat photo from the airport. He asked me to meet up while he was in town, but I denied. Later on, his Snapchat account showed him touring my high school, taking videos and pictures, likely hoping that I would see them. Fortunately, I was home with pneumonia that day and didn't have to face him. Over the next few days, I was on edge, terrified that he would show up at my door. Luckily, he never figured out where I lived, and eventually he flew back home, abandoning his plan. Shockingly, the rest of our online group never thought his behavior was creepy. I felt like I was going crazy for finding it severely disturbing. I hoped my rejection of the meetup and continued silence would end things. But 2 years later, after I committed to my dream college, Peter popped up again. I had, foolishly, kept following him on social media to monitor if he was ever near me. Then I saw it, a photo of him posing in front of my college's library, captioned, "Transferring here is definitely the move." I don't know if he ever did, but I never ran into him on campus. A few months later, he found out that I had a boyfriend and contacted me on Skype for the first time in 2 years. "Do you think he's going to protect you?" Out of fear, I blocked him and unfollowed him on all social media. I admit that I made mistakes back then. I was young, scared, and surrounded by people telling me this wasn't a big deal. He hasn't tried to contact me since, but that doesn't mean he isn't still watching me. Over the weekend, I checked my Skype account for the first time in months. I had a contact request from the username Young Love Money. Curious, I added them to see more of their info. It didn't reveal much. Later that day, the account tried calling me. I didn't answer. I had zero desire to speak to someone I didn't know. Then the rogue account sent 5 messages. "Hey. How are you? You there? What's up? Hello?" Another call came through, then another, and another. The account kept changing its username as well. The calls came every 5 minutes or so. Soon, the messages turned angry and sexual. "What the fuck? How come you're not answering? I can't stop thinking about how I'm gonna fuck you. I want you to see what it looks like." There was more, but you get the idea. I blocked the user, but the calls and messages persisted from other accounts. I just ended up logging off my computer. My boyfriend was coming over that night, and I would deal with this later. Later on, my boyfriend and I went to my father's house to watch a football game with him and some other family members. He and my mother had split up some time ago. He now lives with my brother, his current wife, and her son. While I was there, I was now receiving nasty text messages on my phone. On the drive over, I had told my boyfriend what was going on with my Skype account, and I was now getting the same kind of messages on my phone. He suggested I call a number to see who picked up. I did. And here's where things get a bit fucked. My stepbrother's Skype started ringing. The mobile app has a distinct tone, so I knew right then and there he had been the culprit all along. He scrambled for his phone and stopped the call just as mine hung up. He then bolted upstairs and didn't come back down for the rest of the night. My stepbrother is a 29-year-old, 6'4", 260-pound, jobless man-child. He would always make me feel uncomfortable with his temper, space-invading habits, and inappropriate jokes at odd times. Now I was extremely nervous. I didn't want to tell my dad though, for fear of putting his marriage under strain. Plus, I kinda knew his mom would side with her son anyway, and act like he had done nothing wrong. She's part of the reason he behaves this way. My real brother, who also lives there, has had some issues with him as well. But nothing ever gets done about it. My stepmother just laughs and says, "Oh, he's just giving you a hard time." Of course, my father is next to useless when it comes to this situation, which is super painful because my brother and I genuinely care about him a lot. My stepmother claims that her son has emotional issues and can't work because of his condition. I guess we're going to have to add only child syndrome to the DSM-5. Imagine being married to a woman who has a 29-year-old son who throws temper tantrums until he gets his way, and she always brushes it off like it's nothing. Now, hold on to your pants, because we're not done yet. Not by a long shot. There's more to this jigsaw puzzle. And if you're thinking that this is a story about my creepy stepbrother, you're only half right. The true horror of this story is my father's absolute failures, plural, when it comes to his relationships. My dad bends over backwards to avoid upsetting his wife, even at the expense of his own children. We had major issues with his last wife, the one he married after divorcing my mom. She turned out to be an attractive drug addict and a cheater. There was a time where he stopped seeing me because his wife was jealous of me. If she didn't want him to go somewhere, he would just stay home, and he would be upset with my brother and I if we complained about it in any way, accusing us of trying to wreck his new marriage. Once she was involved in a hit and run and claimed that I had borrowed her car and I was the one who did it. My father backed her up, telling me to stop lying and confess. But the police were able to prove that it was in fact her behind the wheel, not me. So yeah, my father is a bit of a fucking moron, and it took quite some time for our relationship to mend after that. My dad is fine with his current wife's son living there, because he's been sold on this condition from the start. Here is another fun fact. My father and my current stepmom were high school sweethearts once upon a time, and they were actually married before my dad met my mom when they were in their early 20s. Things didn't work out, and they ended up divorcing. 30 years later, they run into each other at a gas station and began dating again. They eventually remarried this past August. I actually get along with her quite well, and she is very good to my father. She just has a messed up son who's going to ruin everything. It's sad, but it is what it is. I'm not too worried for myself. I'm never alone with him, and I think this was a twisted game for my stepbrother's amusement. Like, haha, you don't know it's me. That was the initial plan anyway, until I caught him red-handed. I feel like he was using his Skype account to anonymously confess those things to me, and now I know he has had those thoughts. But I haven't heard from him since. Now whenever I visit my dad, he stays upstairs, never coming down. The holidays are going to be very awkward for us though. I don't want to exchange gifts or even be near my stepbrother at all. I've always found him creepy, but this was a whole new level of insanity. This is a story about learning things the hard way. You can roll your eyes and point out all the bad decisions I made, and you would be right. But I would argue that good decisions can only be made with the knowledge of bad experiences. Let me start from the beginning. I'm a female, and I once had a friend who I thought of as a brother, someone I could talk to and trust with my deepest secrets. I met him at school during a sports day in my 4th year of secondary school. We'll call him Joshua. It was the last day before the holidays. We hung out with a group of others. We were laughing and enjoying ourselves. Afterward, we exchanged Facebook info. He didn't message me until midway through the holiday break, just saying hi and checking in. I was quite a bit of a loner back then, and I hadn't had a real friend since primary school, so I was flattered. We started talking on a regular basis. Around this time, I was moving houses, and he mentioned that he only lived 10 to 15 minutes away, meaning that we could hang out sometimes. I was excited. I had never had a friend over before, so it felt like a new experience. A year later, we were best friends. We discovered our mutual interests, walked around town, went to movies, swam, shared secrets. We did everything. But this is where things take a turn for the worse. He wanted this to be something more, but I just didn't have those feelings for Josh. In fact, I had a boyfriend named Charlie, and Josh was aware of this. He insisted that Charlie didn't treat me right, that I wasn't meant to be with him, or was talking behind my back. When I asked for proof of this, he would go silent and not say anything. Hindsight is always 20/20, and looking back, I'm a bit embarrassed of the position that I put myself in. I admit that I friend-zoned Josh hard, and it was causing problems. But at the time I didn't seem to care that much, and in fact I found him to be annoying. He kept trying to join Skype calls I would have with Charlie, who I rarely got to speak to between his job and my studies. We usually declined Josh joining, and he would get upset, messaging me, "If you were really my friend, you would let me join," only to apologize 30 minutes later for being childish. All of my online friends, including Josh, knew that I was a big-time gamer. I recently started playing a new game that I didn't want to tell Josh about. Because of what was going on at the time, I didn't want him following me, even in cyberspace. He had done this twice before, always nagging me to play together. I found a great guild, raiding twice a week for a few hours, and things are going great. A week later, Josh found out through a mutual friend, signed up, and joined my guild. I knew it was him. He always used the same username. Apparently he was trash-talking me behind my back, harassing female members, and just generally annoying everyone. He thought everything he said was hilarious. Every other sentence was a bad reference. He would disrupt our raids by joining our voice channel and blasting loud music. He was eventually booted. Frankly, he got what he deserved. After he had been bad-mouthing me behind my back and deciding enough was enough, I called him on Skype and ended our friendship. He didn't take it well. He cursed me out, threatened to leak all my secrets to my friends, and said that he would ruin my life. I hung up, blocked him, and thanked God that he was gone. Or so I thought. I had forgotten that he knew where I lived. I've been avoiding him for a month, prioritizing time with my guild, and just not wanting to deal with him. 3 weeks after cutting him off, I noticed something disturbing. I'm a diagnosed insomniac, and sometimes I gaze at the street lamps outside. That's when I saw Josh standing under the street lamp closest to my house. My room has a balcony outside the window. It's easy to climb, with its ledges and pipes. I've even snuck down that way before. I usually kept my window open because my room is so warm at night. At the time, I didn't have a fan, and the AC unit was broken, but that week had been freezing, so the window was closed. 15 minutes later, I saw him approaching my house and started climbing. I was so grateful that I had closed the window that night. It would have been easy to slip through otherwise. I turned off my monitor and sat there in the dark, shaking, with my teeth chattering, but still trying my best to stay quiet. I couldn't leave my room. The creak of the floorboards would have gave me away, and he could easily hear me from the balcony. I could not scream for help either. My mom was out drinking, and my younger sister was at my grandparents' house. I was alone, and watched in terror as he approached the window. He tried opening the window, but it wouldn't budge from the outside. So he just sat there, staring into my bedroom. It became a waiting game. Minutes felt like hours. I had this awful feeling that if I made any noise, he would leap up and smash his way through. Around 5 a.m., my mom's car pulled into the driveway. Relief washed over me. She actually saw Josh and began yelling at him. I heard him scrambling back down the pipes. She initially thought that I had invited him over, but when I explained to her what was going on, she hugged me and said that she was glad I was okay. We called the police, but they said they couldn't do anything since he hadn't assaulted me. It's been a year and a half now. I haven't seen or heard from Joshua since. He just simply vanished. Maybe that's for the best. Wherever you are, Joshua, I hope you got some help and moved on, because you came extremely close to going down a very dark path.
Let me tell you a story. So the other day, I was just hanging around on my computer, same old teenager things. I'm usually logged onto Skype while I'm on the computer, and leave it there in case a friend wanted to randomly call me. So it didn't surprise me all too much when I got a sudden Skype call as I was browsing Facebook. What did surprise me though, was that I couldn't see who it was that was calling me. There was no name. There was just a blank space where there was usually a username to tell me who was trying to contact me. I figured it was just one of my friends playing a prank on me, so I just said the hell with it and accepted the call. There wasn't anybody there. It was completely black, so I hollered a hello. No response. There was nothing coming from my headphones. Not even the random background noise you hear when no one's speaking through the microphone. I decided to type out a message, simply sending another hello. There was no response to that either. I decided I would just leave it, but for some reason I opened up another window instead of ending the call. Just as I opened up Facebook again, I got a Skype message back. Don't back away from me. Well, that was pretty creepy, I thought. I decided to message back. Who is this? Suddenly, the sound turned on, and I heard a loud, wheezing laugh. The camera was still black, but then it flickered. I couldn't make out what I saw at all. It was like trying to catch and remember perfectly a single frame during a movie reel with your naked eye. Almost impossible. I figured it had to be one of my friends playing a prank on me. But don't get me wrong, it was working. I was scared witless. This time, I decided to speak fiercely. Are you going to tell me who you are, dick? I heard the wheezing laughter again, but this time, it came from behind me. I was almost sure of it. Not from my headphones. I spun around quickly, but it was far too dark to see anything. With a black screen from my Skype call and a dark wallpaper background, there wasn't enough bright light to see anything around my room. I decided I must be getting paranoid, and it was from my headphones, so I turned back around to the computer screen. I saw a small, dim light on the Skype video call. It seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. I shivered as I moved my head forward to get a closer look, and saw a person's head move over the dim light of the screen. That was my head.
Okay, so this happened to me earlier, and I definitely don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. I'm currently staying in a remote part of the United Kingdom and having a break from working, which means more time to pursue my hobbies, one of them being photography. I had scoped out this creepy looking tree formation in a nearby forest, set my camera and tripod up as the sun was coming down, you know, for that extra creepy vibe. As I'm happily taking photos, I see a woman pass the entrance to the arched trees. This woman had parked her car next to mine when I arrived. She passed me a couple of times, looking at me for prolonged periods each time that she did pass. I assume she wants to come up this path but sees that I'm taking photos and decides to walk elsewhere. I'd say 5 minutes goes by. She appears again. This time, she's walking toward me, dragging her left side slightly with this strange limp. She stops once, stares at me for a few seconds, then begins walking toward me again. I ask her if she's okay, and I'm starting to put my camera away at this point, readying my tripod to use for any type of self-defense if necessary, because the vibe that I'm getting is way off. She just starts grunting at me, then stops and stares again. It's at this point that this woman is close enough for me to realize she's actually a man in woman's clothing with a wig on. An uncomfortable moment passes. She starts grunting again, walks towards the edge of the path, grabs a pile of leaves, and starts throwing them around, grunts some more, and then walks off aimlessly into the forest. I call my friend to tell her what's going on and ask that she stay on the phone with me, just in case this person comes back. I'm gonna take a couple of more pictures and then I'm out. For a good 10 minutes, I hear crunching of leaves circling me in the forest. I convince myself it's just a wildlife. Then, nothing but silence. I take more photos. I haven't seen or heard the person around for 15 minutes now, so I assume I'm safe. I leave the path and see that the car is now gone. However, I quickly notice that there's a man walking toward me from the entrance. It's that same guy. He's now changed into men's attire as he walks past me and shoots me this grin that sends shivers down my spine. I don't scare easily, but this guy just gave off all the wrong signals, causing this overwhelming feeling of dread to completely wash over me. I'm still on the phone at this point, holding my tripod over my shoulder just in case. I quickened my pace and got back to my car. As I did so, I saw him come out of the lane that I'd just been down, stop and look around, then start walking towards my car with intent. This part is all on video. I video for a while, then haul the fuck out of there, driving past his car that he just moved down the road, thinking, what in the gray beard just happened? Limping, leaf-throwing forest stalker. I hope I never see you again. Hello everyone. I'm a long-time listener and a first-time submitter. I've got a story that I think you'll find interesting. It's about my time working the graveyard shift at a 24-hour gas station. I'm honestly surprised there aren't more stories submitted by folks that have worked this shift. Every one of my coworkers, or even just random people that I've swapped stories with, they all have seen or directly experienced some seriously bizarre stuff. Every single one of them. So as a shout out to other fellow veterans of the convenience store third shift, I want to hear your crazy and unbelievable experiences as well. I was fresh out of college when I got to the gig. Jobs were pretty scarce. When I saw the help wanted sign in the window at one of the local gas stations, I didn't hesitate. I didn't even know what the pay was. At the time, minimum wage was probably around $7.25, something like that. It didn't matter though. I needed the money coming in, or I was going to lose my apartment and pretty much everything else that I had in my life. I was driving around without car insurance at the time because I was that broke. I got hired pretty much on the spot and started that weekend. The job was simple enough. Keep the place clean, stock the shelves, ring up purchases. Everything that you see clerks doing. Sometimes there were pretty obvious boring spells. I'd go outside and take out the trash, reline them, and even sweep up the parking lot. Anything to keep busy as everything is on camera inside that convenience store. It's pretty low energy, easy enough to get through. The hours were brutal. From 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., I was the only employee in the store. Sometimes there would be another coworker for a couple of hours, especially if it was a busy night or if inventory desperately needed to be done. This little reprieve was rare, but always welcome, as the only other company were the customers, and you never knew what you were going to get. The gas station was located on the outskirts of town. We got all sorts of characters coming and going. There were the truckers, bleary-eyed and haggard, looking for a hot cup of coffee and a pack of smokes. There were the late-night partiers, their laughter echoing throughout the store as they stocked up on snacks. And then there were the others, the ones who made your skin crawl, the ones who looked like they were running from something, or maybe to something. They were typical junkies, tweakers, homeless people of various shades. Sometimes really strung out people would come in, clearly agitated and just looking for trouble. I'd ask them to leave immediately or I'd call the police. 9 times out of 10 this would work. They would take their crazy drug-fueled trauma back outside where it belonged. Every now and again though, you'd have someone slip in and go to the bathroom, only to never come out. And I can't tell you how many burnouts I would have getting blasted in the bathroom, only to nod off or keep using and completely lose track of time. My only option for these folks was to knock until they open up again. I have to tell them I'm calling the police, as I have to assume they've OD'd in there. This is a real life thing that happens. It's why sometimes you'll find blue lights in bathrooms, so some people can't find a vein. It's a sad fact of reality nowadays. The nights were long, and they oscillated between mind-numbing boredom and spikes of anxiety. I remember one night though, a man came in, his eyes darting around nervously. He was twitchy and kept one hand in a pocket out of his hoodie the entire time. I rang up his purchases, my heart pounding in my chest, but I was relieved when he left without incident, at least until he came back. He slipped through the door about 40 minutes later, perused the exact same aisles that he had before. This time he looked even more nervous. I mean, really bugging out. I suspect he had a plan earlier, but wasn't quite high enough to go through with it. So he went and got jacked up, and now he was back. "Hey man, you already bought all that stuff," I said to him. "You don't look good either. I'm about to hit the call button. The cops will be here in 3 minutes." It was a stone cold bluff, probably more like 10 or more, but this clown didn't know that. I watched as his eyes peeled wide and he started stepping towards the door. "Wasn't gonna do nothing," he explained. I could smell the alcohol wafting off of him now. Earlier, he just smelled bad, like BO. I made a motion towards the button underneath the counter, and the guy bolted towards the door. It was a bit of a confidence booster, honestly. And work was more or less stressful after that night. I would just start checking some of these folks at the door, especially if I could tell they weren't going to buy anything. I know it sounds weird, but sometimes with these people, it's very, very obvious. But the night that really stands out, the night that still gives me nightmares to this day, was the night of the robbery. It was around 3 a.m. I was restocking the cooler when I heard the bell above the door jingle. I turned and saw a pretty average dude coming in. I said hello and went back to restocking. I was almost done and wanted to finish the cooler before I went back to the register. "Hey, over here," the guy said. I turned around to see he was now wearing a ski mask and pointing a gun in my direction. What looked like a beanie on his head was really a mask he'd rolled down his face, and the gun, I'm assuming, came out of the pocket of his sweater. When he said, "Hey, over here," I thought he was talking to someone else, like maybe waving another robber into the store. I awkwardly looked at the door and waited for someone to come in. He looked at me, looked at the door, and then waved the gun again. "Let's go, get behind the counter," he said. I froze, my mind racing. I remembered the advice my manager had given to me. If you ever get robbed, just give them what they want. Don't be a hero. So that's what I did. I did my best to calmly walk over to the register, punch in the keys that would open up the till for me. Inside, I was going bananas, unsure of every movement. I'd never had a gun pointed at me, and it feels like they're going to pull the trigger every second that goes by. You keep thinking, now, here it comes, now. Just a couple of pounds of pressure and you're dead on the floor. It rang open. I gave him the money for the register, my hands shaking the entire time. Sweat started pouring out of the usual places, mostly my face and armpits though. It felt like it was 110 degrees in there, and I had just been shoulder deep in a 40-degree soda cooler. I set all the cash on the counter between me and that guy, and that's when I noticed the gun was shaking a little bit. This man was clearly panicked. His voice was shaky as he demanded the money, and I could see sweat glistening on the skin around his eyes beneath the ski mask. He kept glancing towards the door, as if expecting the police to burst in at any moment. "I said, give me the money!" he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the empty store. I could hear the fear in his voice now, and it made me feel strangely detached from the situation. It was as if he was watching a movie. At any moment now, the credits would roll. I gestured to the small pile of cash on the counter between us. He looked down at it, looked at me, and then looked back towards the door. He took another peek into the empty register. Everything started to come together for him. The gun started to lower, just as he reached his free hand out and put it on the cash. But then, something unexpected happened. A car pulled into the gas station. its headlights cut right through the front window. They were parked right outside the front door, would be coming in at any second. This immediately spooked the guy, who jammed the gun in his pocket and bolted out the door without taking the money. Seizing my chance, I ducked behind the counter and hit the panic button, alerting the police. Now I got to see what the actual timeline would be for a real response. The sound of sirens filled the air across town as that man fled, leaving the money scattered across the floor. I stood there in total stupor, shocked at what had just gone down in my shift. It's not a good day when you get a gun pointed at you while you're on the clock. Some people get benefits, and some people get the exact opposite. The police arrived within 6 minutes, but that man was long gone. They took my statement, and I spent the rest of the night replaying the events over and over in my head. My manager came in not long after the cops arrived and relieved me. He just let me decompress in the office for a bit. He said there hadn't been a robbery there in almost a year, and it was hopeful that the area had improved. He was very apologetic, but said it was also part of working overnights. That was my last night working at the gas station. That experience shook me, and I realized that no job was worth risking my life for. Grateful that I made it out of that situation unharmed, and I hope that sharing my story can serve as a reminder of the dangers that overnight workers face every single day. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I grew up in this small, reserved community in Lake George, New York. I live with 3 siblings and my parents. Me being from New York State, I never really visited the city much. I went maybe twice as a kid, but I never really remembered much of my visits. When I graduated high school, me and my best friend, whom I'm now living with, thought it would be fun to take a small road trip down to New York City. It was just the 2 of us. We stayed for a weekend and had this really amazing time. It seemed more magical going to the city this time around than it did many years ago. I absolutely fell in love with the city life and wanted more than anything just to live there. I work real estate. It's not something I want to do or even thought I would do for a career, but me being 18 and money hungry, I thought I should just go for it and take that 77-hour class. I ended up getting my real estate license at 19, and I made pretty good money off doing it. After saving up, I decided to move to New York City, and it was the best decision that I could possibly have ever made. I was pursuing my real estate career down there and was renting out and selling properties like crazy. I lived alone, while my family and best friend were still upstate. It didn't really take long though before I adapted to living alone. I've always been super independent anyway. One day, I get home around 6 p.m. and was thinking about making myself some dinner because I went grocery shopping the night before. When I get all my groceries out to cook, I noticed there was a few things missing. I didn't think much of it as I blamed myself for probably forgetting something or using it already without even realizing it. I shrug it off and make dinner with the things that I had, as in I didn't really feel like going back to the store on that night. While I was winding down for bed later, I heard noises coming from inside my walls. I'm not sure what prompted me to think this, but I just thought that maybe it was mice or maybe rats. I'm not a very skeptical person, so I kind of forgot about it and said I'd take care of it the next day. Over the next few days though, things began getting weirder. Plastic water bottles from the case would randomly disappear. I noticed that my hygiene products were getting low very quickly. Food was still going missing. I started to get worried after this. I wanted to set up some cameras in my apartment to maybe catch what the problem was, but part of me didn't really want to know the answer to that. I couldn't sleep the next couple of nights. I kept hearing those god-awful scratching noises coming from inside my walls, and banging started occurring on the floor. I even swore up and down that I woke up to doors opening and closing one night. The sounds occurred at nighttime, not so much in the morning. Me being gone working during the day, I had no idea what could have gone on. But however, on this particular morning, it was early, maybe 5 a.m. It was still dark outside, and I heard noises again. I grabbed my phone and put 911 in the keypad, just in case, but didn't dial it yet. I started looking in all the rooms of my apartment. While looking, I heard this huge bang, and then didn't hesitate to call the police. Not long after that they arrived. I told them what had been happening, and they began searching for themselves. One of the officers called to the other side of the guest room. There was what looked like to be a crawl space in the back of the closet. One of the officers moved the board that was covering the entrance to the space and shone his flashlight inside. To my absolute shock and horror, the officer pulled out this scrawny, middle-aged white man out of that room. He looked absolutely cracked out. I had no idea how he could have even gotten there. The officer who found him put him in cuffs, while the other officer searched the room. He found drug paraphernalia, food wrappers, and weapons, such as a semi-automatic pistol and several other pocket knives, as well as some knives from my kitchen, not to mention a ton of my personal belongings. The officers said from their observation, it looked like the man had been living in that space for almost a week. If I didn't call the police that morning, I might have wound up dead. From that day on, I moved and promised myself I would never live alone again. Well, at least with an unwanted guest.
I live in the UK, and a few years ago I sold up, took early retirement, bought a boat, and dropped out to go on an adventure exploring the UK's inland waterways. I don't have a mooring through choice. The whole reason I bought a boat was to get out and explore, and doing this has taken me to some really interesting places I wouldn't have thought of visiting otherwise. I visited some urban and really lively areas like Liverpool, but also spent time out in the sticks away from everything in extremely rural and peaceful spots. It's pretty cool being able to choose your spot dependent on your mood, and if you don't like the area or don't like your neighbors, you can just throw your ropes and move. In the UK, the waterways license enables you to boat without having to take a formal marina berth, provided you genuinely keep moving, with most mooring spots being free up to 14 days before you have to move. This is called constant cruising, and if you have a decent craft, well set up for off-grid living, it's an amazing way of life. Many people choose this way if they're not tied by their jobs or on an adventure like me. But there are many living on pretty shady, unlicensed boats out on the network because they can't afford anything else, and some with some issues that you would be best to give a wide berth to. I am a lone female boater with just my dog, snorkeling spaniel, and 2 cats as crew. So I follow lots of boating forums to keep an ear out for problem areas or people and try to be sensible with my safety and my choice of stopping points. It's been very rare that I've ever had any sort of issues in the years I've been doing this, but occasionally I'll find I've got little choice about where I have to stop or how long for. In the wintertime, I can often come across navigations closed due to flooding or broken infrastructure, like a broken lock stopping me in my tracks. In summer, it's not unheard of for a canal to run out of water and find myself unable to move until the level rises again. As I'm writing this, I'm stranded on a quarter-mile stretch of canal with river navigations at either end, closed due to flooding, and I've been stuck here for 2 months now. My cats like to go out, so I always try to moor away from roads and seek out spots where the cats would have an escape route from any pursuing dog, like a thick hedge or a fenced-off area of some kind. So I chose a spot right up at the end of this canal, alongside a derelict industrial area. There's a couple of gaps in the steel fencing a person can get through, and after checking it out to make sure it's reasonably safe, and finding mostly just piles of bricks and unusable but deteriorated roadway left, I've been in there regularly walking the dog, with the cats even trotting behind. Only once have I ever seen anyone else in there, and that was just another lady with her dog. My cats have discovered there's mice in there, and they're having way too much fun to come home as often as they usually do, so it's become a nightly ritual to have to go in with my head torch and dog and retrieve them before bed. They are both pretty great cats that think they're dogs, so if I go and shout for them, they'll come running and follow me all the way back. The first 7 weeks went without incident, but a few nights ago, I was in there shouting for one of my cats, when I heard what sounded like bricks being bashed together in very deliberate, even-spaced multiples of 3. My first thought was someone was hurt and maybe can't call out, so they were trying to get my attention. So I stopped and listened. Another 3 bashes came, but this time, nearer. Okay, someone's moving and definitely not stuck. So I pick up the pace and think that this is just weird. It's 11 p.m. and below zero with ice everywhere. There's no shelter, just piles of bricks. So why would anyone be in here? My cat comes bounding up at this point, so I just scoop her up and practically run back towards the fence. Another 3 bashes. The first one really loud and heavily emphasized, and again, all very deliberate and evenly spaced. But this time, nearer again. I've moved quite a distance and turned a corner by this point, but the noise has followed and switched sides, like they had cut the corner and almost caught up with me. I get us all through the fence and back on the boat, locking it all down. At first, I don't hear anything, but my cats do, and they keep lifting their heads and alerting to something outside. But then I do hear it. The fence is only about 10 feet from my side of the boat, and I hear a growling coming from the other side. Loud growling. It was a god-awful sound, and I sat there scared witless, wondering what kind of freak would be doing that, and what they were going to do next. If you can imagine a human trying to mimic the sound of a slow revving motorbike, it kinda sounded like that, and this went on for nearly 10 minutes. I turned all my lights off in case they could see in, and sat awake for hours, too scared to sleep, and constantly watching my crew for any indication that they could hear anything. But there was nothing further, and I eventually fell asleep. 2 days later, I was walking down the towpath and walked past a small, rough-looking cruiser moored about 200 yards away from me. As I passed, I heard a man's voice mimicking me, calling my cat's name, like I had been that night before. I looked over and saw a really scruffy and dirty-looking man, I would say in his 30s, with dark hooded eyes and god-awful teeth, grinning at me. I have no doubt this was his way of telling me that it had been him that night, and he looked like he was now trying to freak me out even more. So I stopped for a second and gave him my best defiant, "I'm not scared of you, and you would think again, because I am a secret badass" stare. I even managed a sly psycho-esque grin of my own right back at him before walking off. I don't know why I reacted like that. Generally, challenging someone who might be unbalanced is a dangerous thing to do, and wouldn't be my usual approach. Apart from the fact he looked mentally ill at best, possessed at worst. Anyone who roams around at night growling has some real scary issues. But just there in the moment, I just instinctively felt the need to stare him down and not show fear. And boy, do I hope my instincts were right, because I am still stuck here, and despite my bravado, I am in no way a badass. Thankfully, haven't seen him since. In fact, in the 2 months I've been here, that was the only time I have clapped my eyes on him at all, despite walking past the boat every other day. I really hope to keep it that way, and as soon as those navigation lights change to signify the river is open again, me and my furry crew are out of here. And to the possessed-looking growling guy, I hope your boat is as clapped out as it looks, so that you can't follow.
In early 2004, I worked as a pizza delivery driver in a small town of New Jersey. We were known to be the best pizza in town and relatively new, so the store got a lot of orders from locals. Hell, we even got orders outside of our delivery radius. We were that popular. Anyway, it was a Wednesday night if I remember correctly, and we hadn't received many orders due to it being a weeknight. When business was slow, my boss would allow us to go in the computer in the back room if we had nothing to do. Mind you, this was 2004, so the computer in the back room was really the only form of entertainment we had. At some point, I had been online playing on one of those internet browser games when the store got a call. On the other end was an elderly man asking for a medium pie. It was only 15 minutes away, and it wasn't a busy night, so I had no problem doing that drive. Now, let's fast forward to when I was on the road. I had decided to take a shortcut through some smaller back roads that I had never taken before. According to my GPS, the back roads would get me to my destination about 5 minutes before, so I couldn't go wrong with that. I remember taking a right and made my way onto the road that would lead me to where I needed to go. There were trees on both sides of this road, and you couldn't see anything more than 4 feet in front of you. I'll admit, it was a bit spooky navigating through this road, but I had dismissed it as me being paranoid due to the eerie nature of it. Suddenly, about 2 to 3 minutes later, my headlights catch someone crawling onto the road soaking wet. I yell out an "oh shit" and swerve around this person, making sure to not hit them. When I look in my rearview mirror, I see this person stand up and just stare down as I drive by. After getting a decent look, I came to the realization that it was a woman drenched in water. There was a river right next to this road, so I could only assume she had gotten out from there and onto the road seeking help. But her appearance and the way she crawled out from the trees was so abnormal and definitely had me shaken up. I made it to the customer's house and was given a $10 tip for my service. On the way back, I had taken the same route hoping to find the woman, but never did. This was ultimately the creepiest thing I've ever encountered in my years of delivering food, and nothing ever became of that woman.
Austin was a college student who worked at a small local pizza place and got delivery right before closing. When he took down their address, he saw it was a bad area of town and thought to himself jokingly, "I'm probably going to get robbed." The order was less than $20, but they asked if he could give change for $100, and he said no. Well, I'm probably definitely getting robbed, he thought, still joking to himself. He drove to the neighborhood, not somewhere you'd want to be after 1 a.m., pulled up to the house. There were no lights on anywhere, but he could see an outline of 2 people sitting on that dimly lit porch. Oh my God, I might actually get robbed, he kept thinking to himself. He walked up to the dark house and approached the 2 men on the porch to deliver the food. One of them was comically short. "So, do you have change for the 100? One of them asked. Austin said no and reminded them he had told them this over the phone. They said nothing. The short guy went inside the still dark house to get money. Austin stood outside awkwardly with the other man, who just stared at him wordlessly. 2 minutes passed, then 5 minutes, then 10. The pizza was already starting to get cold. The house was still pitch black inside. The other guy just kept staring at Austin. Austin had a bad feeling and began to feel genuinely uncomfortable. He looked at his cell phone clock and saw his shift should have ended a little while back. Feeling freaked out, he told the guy, "Well, my shift is over and I have to get home. Consider the pizza free." He turned around and started to walk off the porch back to his car. About halfway there, the porch light came on and he heard the door shut, and for a split second remembered seeing both their shadows, one long and one comically short. A half a second later, he heard a swooping sound as they both leapt off the porch. A half second later, one guy grabbed Austin by the arm and pulled a knife on him. The short one held his other arm. "You're not going anywhere," he said. The first thought to go through Austin's head was that he was right about being robbed. The second was that this was a horrible way to say thank you for a free pizza. Now, Austin had taken martial arts lessons in the past, but he had no practice. He was strong and stubborn. In the heat of the moment, he tore his arm free from the short man and used his pizza bag as a shield against the knife, and turned and tried to do some kind of Mortal Kombat move on the side of the guy's face. He said, in fact, afterwards it seemed like a better idea in his head. Austin missed the side of the man's head, and his fingers plunged straight into the guy's eye socket. Austin freaked out at holding what felt like a grape and pulled his hand away, and then inadvertently popped the guy's eyeball out of the socket. You read that right. All three of them started screaming at the same time. The one guy because his eye just been torn out of its socket, Austin because he realized what he had just done, and the short guy because he had just witnessed the whole thing, and ran screaming into the darkness somewhere behind the house. Austin picked up the dropped knife and called 911, while the guy lay writhing on the walkway. Upon telling the operator what had transpired, about 5 police cars showed up. The officers think the situation's hilarious, calling the man on the ground a pirate. They ask Austin to describe the short guy, and he does. And one of them says, "Hang on." The 2 disappear behind the house. 10 minutes later, they come back with him. They all know this man. Evidently, they had been to his house many times before, and he was a repeat offender. Austin went to the police station to give a statement, where several employees in earshot asked him to relay the story again. Austin received a nice raise and worked at the same pizza place until he graduated.
I work full-time as a pizza delivery driver for a relatively popular pizza chain. I've done this for almost a year now, as I'm putting what money I made to pay for college. Don't ask me how I can manage both my job and school at the same time because, to tell you the truth, I have no idea. I would work mostly during the week, so I would constantly be doing deliveries left and right. Also, I live in Savannah, Georgia, so I'd pretty much be doing it every second. I had just returned to the restaurant after a good 3 hours of doing deliveries, only to get another one. Thankfully, it wasn't too far of a drive, and it was only 1 pie, so I felt relieved I didn't have to do much. I bring the pizza to the car and input the address into my phone. Out of curiosity, I copy and paste the address into Google Earth just to see what the house was like. For whatever reason, I've always had the habit of doing this, even if it felt stalkerish. The house was this older, rundown, 2-storied mansion made of red brick. An absolute dream of a house if it had been maintained better. Right away, I started to get excited, as wealthier people tend to tip more than most. I was at the house within about 10 minutes with the pizza still hot so the customer would be satisfied. Let me tell you, you don't understand how many people would complain if their pizza came even slightly cold. I walk up to the house and ring the doorbell, and that's when I hear slow footsteps coming to the door and then stopping. "Delivery for Dan?" I yelled out. There was silence for a good minute, however, I knew someone was behind the door, so they could definitely hear me. Mind you, it's about 40 degrees outside, so the longer I waited, the colder the pizza got. Finally, I heard the door unlock and was greeted to an older woman staring at me. For a second, I thought I had the wrong house, as the person who placed the order was a man. Out of nowhere, she begins to speak, saying that Dan was her son and that he had just left the house and that he'd be back. In the meantime, she had invited me inside, where it was a lot warmer. As much as it felt wrong, it was getting colder by the minute, and I actually accepted. I step inside and realized that it wasn't as warm as she said it was. Maybe a little warm, but definitely not by a landslide. She had offered me something to eat while I waited, but our policy states that we couldn't accept food from customers. I waited in that house, still freezing my ass off for a good 10 minutes before telling her that I'd just leave the pizza here. She gave me a nod and watched me as I proceeded to open the front door. The second I did, I heard the most blood-curdling shriek coming from upstairs that echoed across the house. I look upstairs into the pitch-black darkness and then back at the woman, who then said something that made my blood run cold.
I think it's time for you to leave, hon.
However, her sentence is not what scared me the most. It was her tone, the way she said it, almost as if it was a warning to leave now. You bet your life I was out of that house in seconds, not caring about any sort of tip or pay at this point. Fear is not enough to describe what I felt. You had to be there to hear what I heard. It didn't even sound human. I basically floored it down the road, not looking back, while calling my manager about it. I could tell he was in a bitchy mood and just told me to keep delivering orders and not to worry about it. As much as I wanted to call the police, I felt that I could have lost my job had I done so. The rest of my day went by as usual, with only one complaint about the incorrect toppings. Other than that, I made a bag with tips at the end of the day. This was about a week ago, and I still have no idea what made that screaming noise upstairs. I'd like to think that it was some sort of sick joke that was being played, but maybe that's because I'd rather not think of the alternative.
A couple of years ago, I had to go to the airport one night to pick up my sister. She was flying in from Detroit, and the flight was supposed to land fairly late. I think it was like 10 or 11 p.m. or something like that. However, her flight ended up being a little bit late. I arrived at the airport somewhat early, but my sister wasn't back yet. I went and parked the car in a parking lot and then went inside of the airport. When I got inside, I found the time that my sister's flight was now supposed to land, and I had about 20 more minutes to wait. So I went over and sat down. By now, the airport was very quiet. There were just a few people walking by here and there. As I sat down and waited, I remember that at one point I saw this woman randomly walking up to me. When she approached me, she asked me how to get to the city from the airport. Now, the city was like 5 minutes away, so I told her, and it was pretty easy. She walked away after that in another direction. But then the woman stopped, sort of near another sitting area, but did not sit down. I wasn't really watching her, and I mostly went on my phone. A while later, though, I looked up to see the woman just staring at me. She was standing in about the same spot. Now, she was a long distance away, but there was still no mistaking that she was looking in my direction. I found it really odd. I looked away, though, and focused my attention back on my phone. The woman continued to stare at me, though, because the next time that I looked up, she was still doing it. I didn't know why. I had thought that she had to get to the city. After all, she had asked me for directions. But now it seemed as though she just wanted to stare at me creepily. I just ignored it for the most part, though. Soon my sister's flight had landed. I got up and walked over to go wait where the bags would come out. I walked a little ways away and located it. Then I stood around for a while and waited for my sister. A short time later, she came out and got her bag, and then we started to leave. As I was walking away, I saw the woman in the airport again, still staring at me. I thought it was weird, but I just ignored it. I looked away and left the airport with my sister. We walked out of the airport and went towards the parking lot. I remember that when we got to the parking lot, I looked back and noticed that the woman who had been staring at me was now in the parking lot as well. She was walking behind us a good distance back. I was very confused now. Who was this woman? Why did she keep staring at me? And what exactly was she doing? She seemed to be walking sort of fast, and as we were walking to the car, I told my sister about the woman. The parking lot was very large, so it was kind of a long walk. As we continued, my curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to just ask the woman. I stopped and turned around to face her. Then I started to take a couple of steps towards her. As soon as I did, though, the woman stopped suddenly. Then she turned around and sprinted away in the opposite direction into the end of the parking lot. It was so weird. I stood there watching until she went out of sight, and I had no idea what was going on. But then I just continued with my sister towards the car. We eventually got there, loaded my sister's bags in the back, and then got inside. As I started to drive away, though, I was still in the parking lot, and I noticed this car come driving sort of fast into the lot. It went in front of me, and I caught a look at the driver. It was the same woman. I could not believe it. She was driving a pickup truck and drove around my car sort of recklessly. She ended up driving around and going behind it, and I left the parking lot hoping that she would keep driving the other way. But this woman screeched her tires and quickly turned around. As I left the parking lot, she started to follow me. I drove down the road, leaving the airport with the woman still behind me. Soon I turned, and the woman turned as well. She drove behind my car down the next quiet road for some time. We were about the only 2 cars out because it was very late at night. When I turned onto the next road, the woman made the turn very wide. She ended up going off the road and sliding a bit before hitting a tree in the grass and crashing. The crash really was not that bad, but I pulled over and stopped to call the police. After crashing, the woman got out of her truck and then went into the woods nearby. I was very confused. The police arrived at the scene fairly quick, and I told them what happened. They searched the woods and pretty quickly located the woman. We were able to go home after that. I later found out that the woman was high on drugs. She obviously should not have been behind the wheel of a vehicle, and that explained her reckless driving. That also explained why she acted so strange. Something really weird happened to me a couple of years ago. It all started for me one day when I had a flight. I travel a lot for business, so I'm very much used to flying and being in airports. One day I had a flight from Atlanta to Baltimore. I boarded and got on the plane to my seat, which was a window seat sort of towards the front. A short time after I got to my seat, a guy came up and sat next to me. He looked pretty average for the most part, and nothing about him stood out. I gave a sort of hi when he sat down, and he did the same. Then he just sat there, and neither of us said anything to each other. The flight was really not that long. It was like an hour and a half or so. The man didn't say anything the whole time. He just sort of sat there, not that I was watching him or really paying attention. When the flight landed, we all got off and went into the airport at Baltimore. I had a ride coming to get me, but it got delayed, so I had a little bit of time at the airport. I went into a coffee shop, got inside of it, got a drink, and then sat down with my laptop. After being there for nearly 30 minutes, I looked up from my laptop randomly to see the guy who had been sitting next to me on my flight. He was sitting on the other side of the coffee shop at a table. I figured that it was a coincidence and thought nothing of it really. A while later, my ride got there and I got up and left. The next day, I was still in Baltimore, and I was at a restaurant in the morning getting breakfast with a coworker. The restaurant was in the city, and we were sitting sort of in the back. There were a decent amount of other people there, but I remembered that I randomly looked up towards the front and saw the same guy. It was the man who I had seen on my flight and in the coffee shop. Plus, this man was not at the restaurant with anyone. He seemed to be by himself, and he was facing me. It seemed pretty suspicious, but it also could have just been a coincidence, but it would have been a pretty crazy one at that. I'm not a shy person or anything, so I decided to go talk to him. I was really curious as to why I kept seeing him. I got up from the table and walked right over to him. The man looked surprised to see me at first. I told the man how he sat next to me on the flight, and he was at the coffee shop with me and now here. At first, the man actually denied it, but I knew it was him. After telling him that I knew it was him, and I wasn't even talking angry or anything, I asked him sort of jokingly why he kept following me around. I remember the man paused, and then he looked at me and said, "Because I like to stalk people." Obviously at first I thought he was joking, but the way that he said it was very serious. The man then said that he'd been watching me since the flight everywhere I went. I thought that it was really weird what he was saying, and I didn't know how to respond. Finally, I said, "Okay, well, you can stop following me around now." The man did not say anything. His behavior was very strange to say the least. I just walked back over to my coworker and then told him all about what happened. None of us knew what to make of this strange man. Before leaving, we looked over, and the guy was still there. When we walked past him to leave, I stopped and said to him, "I'm leaving now, so don't follow me." I was careful to look behind me after getting onto the sidewalk outside of the restaurant. I made sure the guy wasn't following me, and he didn't seem to. Later on in the day, though, we had work stuff to do, and I was busy. I pretty much forgot about the guy who had been following me, and I also didn't see him. That night, I got back to my hotel room and went to bed at about 10 p.m. However, before I fell asleep, I heard a noise. I was just lying down in the bed, and all the lights were off. The only sound to that point was the very quiet noise of the TV, which the volume was barely above mute. I then heard a knock from my hotel door. I really didn't know why anybody would be knocking on my door so late. Then I heard a voice. I couldn't make it out at first, because whoever it was not talking very loud. I got up from my bed and walked a little closer. That's when I heard it clearly. It was a man's voice, the same man who had been following me around. He was saying my name and then telling me to open the door. The way he said it was really creepy. It was almost like he was playing a game. I wasn't sure what to do at first. I looked through the peephole, and sure enough, the same guy was there. Then I decided to call the front desk and report him. As the guy was still in the hallway outside my door, I called and let the hotel know what was going on. Then I did my best to ignore the man. I couldn't sleep, and every so often he would knock on the door again. I just sat on the bed and hoped that the guy wouldn't do anything crazy. A while later, I heard some other voices in the hallway. Soon the knocking stopped and the man was gone. After that, I was able to go to bed. The next morning, I found out that the police got involved. The man was knocking on my door and hotel staff asked him to leave. He did leave, only to come back about an hour later. At that point, the hotel called police on him. That time, the cops got the guy to leave. I didn't see the man for the rest of my trip, and thankfully, I haven't seen him since. I don't know why that guy followed me. It seems really bizarre to do that, and maybe something was wrong with him. I just hope that I never see him again. Last year, I had to pick up a friend from the airport. I didn't really mind it too much because I don't live that far away. It's maybe a 15-minute drive. The most annoying part really was that the flight landed at 6 a.m., so I had to get up pretty early. When I drove to the airport, things already seemed pretty busy there. The airport usually is. I went on one of those long roads where you pick up or drop off people. Cars pull over really fast and then leave. It can be kind of hectic sometimes, and it certainly was on this day. So I found a spot by where my friend said she was coming out. There was a car a little ways in front of me, and right after I pulled over, a car came and pulled up behind me pretty close. I texted my friend that I was there, and just moments later, I saw her come out of the doors. She came up to my car and put her bags in the back. Then she got inside the passenger's door. Right as I was about to put the car into drive, this car came up really fast and then turned right in front of my car. It parked extremely crooked, halfway in front of my vehicle and halfway to the side of it. It was the most careless parking job I've ever seen. There was another car parked a little ways in front of me, so I guess they wanted to squeeze in between us. The car stopped and someone got out of the passenger's door and headed towards the airport. The driver stayed in. I was a little bit annoyed at the borderline reckless move. However, I figured it must be a quick drop-off and they would be on their way. Except, the person did not leave. Meanwhile, the car behind me wasn't leaving either. I was completely boxed in. I sat there just waiting for over a minute. I didn't know what the person in the car in front of me was doing. There was a guy in the driver's seat and he appeared to just be sitting there. I honked at him so I could get out. That's when I saw the man who was behind the wheel look over at me and give me the bird. This made me real angry and I honked again loudly. However, he did not leave. He just sat there. Just then though, the car behind me finally started to leave. After it did, I backed up and turned to go around the man who was parked crooked. However, just after I passed his car, I saw he suddenly backed up and then started to go forward. He was now driving behind me. This enraged me even more. It meant he literally could have left whenever, but he was carelessly blocking me in for no reason. As I drove out of the airport, the car followed. He got really close to my back bumper, and I was a little worried that he might try something. That's when my friend had a good idea. She said that if the guy followed us out of the airport to go to a police station. I didn't know where one was, so she looked one up on her phone. As we left the airport and went on another road, the guy behind me did as well. He was still following very close, and I had a bad feeling about it. We got the directions to the police station and started following them. Over the next several minutes of driving, there were several times where I was sure the guy was going to bump my car with his. Thankfully, he didn't though, but he got very close. Eventually, we made it to the police station and turned into it. The man did not. However, he slowed down significantly and yelled something out of his window, but I couldn't hear it. Then he screeched away, squealing his tires in the process. We reported him to the police, but I'm not sure if anything could really be done. Then we drove back. I dropped my friend off and was able to get back to my place without a problem. Thankfully, nothing like that has happened since, but each time I go to the airport, I think about that crazy experience. This happened several years ago. For some background, I'm a female, and I was flying back home one time. I remember that I had visited a friend who lived in another state. I got to the airport and was waiting for my flight to board. When I arrived, it was about an hour before boarding time, so I had some time. I sat down in the area where my flight was waiting. After a little while of sitting down, I decided to get up and get something to drink. I found one of the airport stores and then went inside of it. When I was there, this man walked up to me. He had long dark hair, a slight beard, and was on the larger side. He came up to me and said hi. I didn't know who the guy was, but I said hi back to him. That's when he said I was good friends with his sister. I had never seen this guy before, and I asked him who his sister was. He paused for a moment and then said Molly, but I didn't know anyone named Molly, and I told him that. The guy must have me confused with somebody else. He said he was sure that he knew me. From that point on, the guy wouldn't leave me alone. He started asking me about where I was headed and when my flight was. I told him because I didn't see the harm in it, and I was polite. He asked me if I wanted to get some food at the restaurant with him before my flight, and I said no thanks. After I got the water that I wanted at the shop, I went and checked out. The guy was basically following me the whole ways. I remember I asked him where he was going, and he said his flight was for California, I think. Then I told him to have a nice flight and goodbye. I then started to walk back over to the boarding area. The guy did say bye to me, and I made it back without him following me or anything. I sat back down and continued to wait for my flight. I remember a while later, right before my flight was about to board, I saw the guy again. He came up and walked over towards me. I was confused as to why he was there. Then he told me that he was going on my flight. I really couldn't believe it. In fact, I didn't believe him. I was so confused that I didn't say anything at all. He went on to say that his flight got canceled and so he bought a ticket on my flight. The only thing I said was why. He said because he wanted to. I had no idea who this guy was or why he thought he could just do whatever I did. He sat down next to me, but I got up. I told him that I was sorry, but I was not interested in hanging out with him or anything. The guy didn't say anything. I went and stood closer to the counter waiting to board the plane. Eventually, we boarded. Thankfully, I did not have a seat next to the guy. I was really worried about that. He was sitting way in the back, and I was a lot closer to the front. The flight took off, and we flew back to my hometown. I had actually forgot about the guy during the flight, because I watched a movie, and I also fell asleep briefly. After getting off the plane and walking through the airport again, though, he caught up with me. He tapped me on the shoulder, and when I turned around and saw him, I remembered, giving me a bad feeling. The guy then asked me if he could stay at my place because he didn't have a hotel or anything yet. I told him no. As we walked through the airport, the guy followed me. I had a friend coming to pick me up, and I called to let her know that I was there. When the guy continued to follow me as I approached the doors, I told him to stop following me or I would report him. He didn't say anything. When I left the airport, though, he was still there. At that point, I just took off running. I located my friend's car and sprinted to it and got inside. I told her to quickly drive away. I looked back and saw the man actually running in our direction. My friend didn't know what was going on, obviously, but when she saw the guy running towards us in the mirror, she left. We were able to safely get away before he reached us, and I told my friend the whole story. Since then, I haven't seen the man. Looking back, that was just a really crazy situation. I have no idea why that guy seemed so obsessed with me. I had truly never seen him before that day. The fact that he actually bought a ticket on my flight blows my mind. I'm glad that I haven't seen him since then. A few years ago, I had a flight back home. I was flying from Dallas to Chicago, and the flight back was pretty nice. The story really begins after we landed. My flight landed sort of late, at about midnight or so. Afterwards, I walked through the airport and then waited for my ride, which didn't take too long. I got picked up at the airport by my friend, and after driving me back, she dropped me off at my apartment. It wasn't too long of a drive because I lived fairly close. After getting back, I went inside. I was tired from the long day of travel, and it was really late, so I pretty much just got ready for bed at that point. Afterwards, I looked on my phone before getting in bed, and I saw that I had a missed call. I didn't recognize the number and was wondering why somebody would call me so late. Just as I was looking at it, they called again. I was curious, so I decided to answer it. I said hello, and on the other end at first, I just heard breathing. Then, I heard a woman speak. She said that she was on my flight from Dallas to Chicago, and now she was outside of my apartment. I didn't know if I should take this serious or not, but I was very confused to say the least. I asked her who she was, because I did not recognize the voice. The woman did not tell me. She just said that she wanted me to let her inside or she would break in. Then she hung up. This really creeped me out. I went over to my front door and looked out of it but didn't see anybody. I had no clue if this was some kind of a prank or what. I looked out into the hallway both directions, but still saw nothing. For a while, I thought that the woman was going to call me again. I was pretty nervous, and I wasn't tired anymore. I stayed up for several hours, and nothing happened. At that point, I decided to just block the number. After that, I was able to go to sleep. The next morning, I got up, and things were fine. Nobody had broken in or anything. However, when I left my apartment, I saw that there was a sticky note on my door. I looked at it, and it was simply a frowning face. I thought that had to be left by whoever that woman was. I was very creeped out. However, nothing more happened after that. I didn't get any more strange calls or people at my door. I don't live in that apartment anymore either. That remains a sort of mystery to me of who did that and why. I'm hoping that it was just a prank, but I really don't know.
I'll never forget this night. The pizza place I worked at was about to close, and I was getting ready to go home when the phone rang. I was working the counter alone that night, so I was taking calls. I picked up the phone. There was complete silence, so I hung up. About a minute later, the phone rang again, so I picked up. Still silence. I was about to hang up again when I heard the very weak and cold voice of an old woman on the other end. She said she wanted a regular pie delivered. I remained polite on the phone, but on the inside I was screaming. I just wanted to get home and end my shift. I called out to my boss that someone was requesting a delivery, and of course, guess what? He told me I had to go. I was upset at first, but I realized it was another tip, and the old ones usually tip the most, so I decided to go through with it. I wrote down the address, told her it would be there soon, but she had already hung up the phone. I thought to myself how rude that was, but I ignored it and yelled to the chef that I needed one more regular. My boss told me to just go home after the delivery, as the place would be closed. So a little before 10 o'clock, I got in my car, put the address and the GPS on my phone. The house was 7 miles away. The GPS took me to the quiet side of town. I arrived at the house. It was a small one-floor home on a very quiet and empty street. I took the pizza and walked up to the door and rang the doorbell. There were no lights on in the house. I hoped that she hadn't given me the wrong address. I rang the doorbell again. There was still no answer. I was about to give up when I turned my head and saw someone standing at the window. I got a little freaked out and backed up at first, but I eventually got closer to the window to see a person. It was an old woman, probably in her late 70s. She was just staring at me with a blank expression. I yelled at her through the glass that I had her pizza. She didn't react to what I said, so I screamed it louder. A large smile ran across her face. Not a pleasant, genuine smile. It was a smile that sent chills down my entire spine. I still remember that exact same face she made through the window. I decided that I was freaked out enough and got back to my car and set the pizza down in the passenger seat. I had to text my boss about this. After I shot him a quick message, I started my car ready to get the hell out of there. I looked to my right to get one more look to see the woman, standing right outside my passenger side window, giving me the same stare she'd given me before. Put my car in drive and floored it down the street, never looking back. My boss never made me do a late night delivery again.
Delivering food at night is usually peaceful. The roads are clear, there's no rush, and you just hop from one house to another, dropping off burgers and pizzas while listening to music or podcasts. I've always liked it. It's kind of meditative, actually. Just me, the dark streets, and my thoughts. But that night felt different, and not in a good way. It was late, maybe around 11 p.m., and I'd been driving for a few hours. I only had one more order to deliver before I called it a night. It wasn't a long run, just another drop-off at some out-of-the-way spot on the edge of town. You know how it is, long roads with no one around, houses way spread out, and no streetlights anywhere. It was a pizza and a soda. Easy. I grabbed the food from the restaurant, threw it in the passenger seat, and punched the address into my GPS. It was about 15 minutes away. I figured I'd drop it off, maybe get a nice tip, and then head home. I started driving, the streets quickly getting quieter as I left the busier parts of town behind. It was one of those clear nights, the sky pitch black except for a few stars. All I could hear was my engine humming and the trees rustling when the wind kicked up. The further I drove, the emptier the roads became, with houses becoming more spaced out until they pretty much disappeared entirely. Normally, this wouldn't bother me. I like the isolation at night, but something about this particular drive felt off. I was maybe 5 minutes into the drive when I noticed a car behind me. It wasn't tailgating or anything. It was keeping a fair distance, but I could see the headlights in my rearview mirror, and for some reason, that bugged me. I looked at the road ahead, empty, and then back at the car. It was strange seeing another vehicle out here this late. I tried to shake it off. Plenty of people drive late at night. Maybe they were headed in the same direction. Shouldn't be a problem, right? I kept driving, the car still behind me, always at the same distance. It wasn't close enough to feel like it was tailing me, but it wasn't far enough to feel like a coincidence either. I figured maybe they'd pass me eventually. But they didn't. They just stayed there, like a shadow, always a few car lengths behind. I looked at the GPS, 10 minutes to go. I could handle 10 more minutes of this. As the minutes ticked by, I started to feel the tension creeping in. That car was still behind me, keeping pace no matter how fast or slow I went. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe they lived out here too. Maybe they were just headed home, just like me. But something about it wasn't sitting right. I made a turn onto a smaller road, not the kind with only one lane in each direction and barely any shoulder to pull over on. The road twisted and turned, dipping into small valleys and rising back up again, with thick woods on either side. The kind of road where it feels like you're the only person for miles. Except I wasn't alone. The headlights were still there, still following, as steady as ever. I got that gut feeling, the one that screams something's off, even if you can't figure out why. I checked the GPS again. 5 minutes left, just 5 more minutes. I took another turn, this time onto a road that was barely lit. The trees on either side closing in like a tunnel. The car behind me took the turn too. Now I couldn't shake it anymore. There was no way they were just casually going in the same direction. I wasn't even sure this road led to anywhere else. I sped up, trying to put some distance between us, but the car sped up too. That was it. No more rationalizing. I was being followed. My heart was racing. What the hell did they want? Were they trying to rob me? Was it some psycho messing with me? I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just keep driving and hope they'd lose interest. I wasn't going to lead them to the customer's house either, no way. So I made a split-second decision. Up ahead, I saw a small dirt road branching off the main one. I didn't know where it led, but it didn't matter. I turned the wheel hard, veering onto the dirt road without thinking. The tires skidded on the gravel, kicking up dust as I sped down the narrow path, the headlights behind me disappearing for a second as I rounded the bend. I checked the rearview mirror. Nothing. For a brief moment, I thought I'd lost them. But then, just as quickly as they'd vanished, the headlights appeared again, bouncing over the uneven terrain as the car turned onto the same dirt road. I let out a low curse. This wasn't going to be easy. The dirt road twisted and turned, narrowing even more as I drove deeper into the woods. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop. The other car was getting closer, the headlights growing brighter in the rearview mirror. They were catching up. I tried to stay calm, keep my focus on the road ahead, but the fear was clawing its way up, making it harder to think straight. I could hear the tires crunching over the gravel, the branches scraping against the side of my car as I sped past. The road ahead split into 2 paths. I had no idea where either of them went, but I didn't have time to think. I took the left path, hoping it would lead somewhere, anywhere, that would get me out of this mess. The car behind me took the right path. For a second, I didn't understand what had just happened. Why hadn't they followed me? Why had they taken the other path? But then, it hit me. They didn't need to follow me. They knew these roads better than I did. They were cutting me off. The moment I realized what was happening, my heart was beating out of my chest. They were going to loop around and block me off. I slammed on the gas, pushing my car to its limit as I tore down the winding dirt road, the trees blurring past me. I had to get out of here. I had to find a way back to the main road before they could cut me off. But the road was getting rougher, the ruts and rocks making it harder to keep control. I could feel the car struggling, the wheels skidding on the loose dirt. Up ahead, I saw the trees thinning out, the road starting to straighten. I was almost there, almost back to safety. And then, just as I thought I was in the clear, I saw it. The car was there, parked sideways across the road, blocking my path. The headlights were off, but I could see the dark outline of the vehicle, waiting for me. They had gotten there first. I hit the brakes, the tires screeching as the car skidded to a stop just a few feet away from the other car. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, my mind racing for a way out. There was no turning around. The road was too narrow and they'd catch up with me before I could get far. I looked at the car blocking the road, but I couldn't see who was inside. The windows were tinted and the headlights were still off. It was just sitting there, silent, waiting. And then the driver's side door opened. I threw the car into reverse and hit the gas, backing up as fast as I could without losing control. The car in front of me didn't move, but I could feel the tension, like something was about to snap. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away. The dirt road was bumpy, my car jolting with every turn, but I kept going, not daring to look back. I could hear the engine of the other car revving behind me, but I didn't stop. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw the main road ahead. The trees opened up, the dirt road giving way to asphalt. I sped onto the road without looking, my tires screeching as I merged back onto the highway. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the darkness of the woods far behind me. I never found out who was in that car or why they were following me. Maybe they were just messing with me, trying to scare me. Or maybe it was something worse. All I know is that I didn't want to find out. I kept driving, not stopping until I was back in town, the lights of the city making me feel a little safer. But even now, whenever I drive down those dark, empty roads at night, I keep checking the rearview mirror, waiting for those damn headlights to appear again. Because out there in the dark, you never know who's following you, or why.